Ball League, Paul Tagliabue.
Welcome to the National Football League's 62nd annual college draft. Through a trade with the New York Jets, the St. Louis Rams have the first pick in this draft.
So after 4 months of saying the New York Jets are on the clock, for the last 48 hours we could actually say the St. Louis Rams are on the clock. If you're wondering, and we anticipate that it will be, of course, Orlando Pace, in the 62-year history of the draft. Linemen that have gone number one. Ron Yeri, 68, Minnesota. By the way, I can't believe he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. Chuck Bednarik from Pennsylvania, picked by the Eagles in 49. He is in the Hall of Fame. And Kai Aldrich, 1939, Chicago Cardinals. I don't know. There are not many on that list. To pick a lineman right here, he ranks Orlando Pace ahead of your other Elite Five in this group of six, who will, in whatever order we see, Mel, be the first six names we'll have today.
Well, these are the six players that are really definitely at the top of the draft.
Ball League, Paul Tagliabue.
Welcome to the National Football League's 62nd annual college draft. Through a trade with the New York Jets, the St. Louis Rams have the first pick in this draft.
So after 4 months of saying the New York Jets are on the clock, for the last 48 hours we could actually say the St. Louis Rams are on the clock. If you're wondering, and we anticipate that it will be, of course, Orlando Pace, in the 62-year history of the draft. Linemen that have gone number one. Ron Yeri, 68, Minnesota. By the way, I can't believe he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. Chuck Bednarik from Pennsylvania, picked by the Eagles in 49. He is in the Hall of Fame. And Kai Aldrich, 1939, Chicago Cardinals. I don't know. There are not many on that list. To pick a lineman right here, he ranks Orlando Pace ahead of your other Elite Five in this group of six, who will, in whatever order we see, Mel, be the first six names we'll have today.
Well, these are the six players that are really definitely at the top of the draft board. These are the six that everybody tried to trade up to get. We had some premature trading with Oakland and Seattle. Oakland didn't get their man, Orlando Pace. St. Louis will. Sean Springs, a brilliant corner. Darrell Russell collapsed the pocket-type defensive tackle. Fullware. Baltimore considered trading. They may keep the pick. Westbrook won a par almost with Springs, very physical. And Walter Jones. In time, Walter Jones could be better than Orlando Pace, if you can believe that.
We're already extrapolating, and here's the first big word of the day, that, you know, that this is where Pace will go. Let's look at the St. Louis Rams a little closer. Second-year quarterback, right. Tony Banks, athletic, so moves around, but he gets sacked, what, 59 times, fumbles, most ever. He needs blocking.
He really does, Chris. And I think the important thing is that Tony Banks has got to feel comfortable with what's up front. I mean, look at last year's draft. St. Louis, they wind up taking Lawrence Phillips first. They wind up taking Eddie Kinnison second, and then Tony Banks third. You take a look at the Rams offense. Look at all the 28s, 27s, 29s. Fumbles lost 30th, sacks 30th, interceptions 27th. That's a product of the sacks coming over. Turnovers. Everything revolves around the fact that their quarterback was not productive. When you look at a non-productive quarterback, I think the first place you have to go and look is the offensive line. I think this is an excellent pick for St. Louis to continue to build the future of this franchise. They took a chance last year. At one point, they started 6 guys on offense who were rookies. That's a big risk that Rich Brooks took. Now he gets to see the fruits of his labor from someplace else, unfortunately, and Vermeil gets the benefit.
Lawrence Phillips is, of course, that's another story with the St. Louis Rams. The pick made last year before Vermeil was there. When he got out of spending time off-season for a transgression, Dick Vermeil was the first guy to see him there. Dick Vermeil wants to embrace this kid, doesn't he?
He really does. I think, of course, Mel and I had our difference of opinion regarding Lawrence Phillips.
I'm not going to tee that up quite yet.
I still think he's going to be okay, Mel. I don't care what you say. And I think Lawrence Phillips will have grown up The problems now, I believe, are behind him. And Dick Vermeil has basically sat down with this young man and said, listen, I need you to step up and be the guy that everybody expects you to be. Tony Banks proved he could get the job done. Eddie Kinnison proved he could get the job done. The only guy left in the three that were taken last year is Lawrence Phillips. And I really believe that Coach Vermeil and the veterans on that staff, Jerry Rome is the coordinator, does a great job with young people. I think they can bring them along and bring this kid to the level they need to. They've got all the pieces on the offensive side of the ball to get things done that they want to be productive.
Well, if they draft Orlando Pace, then comes the problem. Now we got to sign him. And this could be difficult. That's something that, he did not make the trade with him already signed. Let's go out to St. Louis with our Mark Malone. And Mark, good morning out there still. And I've got to wonder what the Rams are feeling. Do they think they're going to get into a big battle in the trenches over signing Orlando Pace?
Well, I've had some long discussions, Chris, with both Dick Vermeil and John Shaw, the general manager here, about that very subject. They don't think it's going to be too bad. They think the best thing that happened was they followed, or that Orlando Pace followed Keyshawn Johnson, a skill player, #1 pick. They know what the cap number is going to be probably by Monday for the #1 overall pick, and they'll go ahead and start negotiations. There's been a lot of concern because Kevin Poston, who represents Orlando Pace, also represented Tshimanga Biakabatuka last year, the last player signed in the NFL. Dick Vermeil said, listen, we want to get this thing done. We're going to be fair about it. But the other thing about this whole thing, Chris, is the fact that they're talking about investment in this franchise for the long run. If this kid is 3 weeks late getting in here because of a contract situation, then that's okay. They understand that this guy is going to be a great player for a very, very long time. They're going to try to be fair with him. And again, I think under this new system, there's going to be a cap number for this player. And the fact that he's following Keyshawn Johnson, I think, makes it a very attractive situation for Orlando Pace. I know Vermeil has been in discussions with Orlando. They've talked several times since they've made the trade from 6 to 1, and he feels very comfortable about it. He says, all I've got to do is coach him. This franchise, Chris, has got to sign him.
Well, we didn't think that moving up to the #1 slot mark, and of course, why not? It's your dime, if you will. It's your 15 minutes of fame, and that's what you get in every pick in the first round. If this is the first year that you're watching the draft, second round is 10 minutes, third and et cetera rounds are 5 minutes each. But perhaps, and I heard this morning that maybe Detroit was at least inquiring to go up all the way to #1. Perhaps, Mark, the Rams could be getting other calls at this moment, even though they went all the way up to #1 with a plan in mind. Would they entertain getting out of there at this point?
Well, I'll tell you what, I talked to Dick Vermeil, and we spent some time last night and talked about this very subject. As of late last night, he had not had a phone call from anybody, no inquiries. Now, it could very well be. There had been rumors that Detroit was looking to move up and take a couple of picks there. So it's possible. I don't think so. Dick said that it would have to knock his socks off if he was going to trade this pick. He actually wanted to go for 2 quality defensive football players in this draft, and he thought by having the #1 pick overall, that would give him the ability to do that. But he said he felt comfortable with taking Orlando Pace because in his mind, he was the most dominating player in this draft. There was actually no question about that. Chris?
Well, I don't know that anyone has knocked his socks off. They hope that Pace can knock the socks off of those that he blocks. The pick is in. Orlando, one of about a dozen players here in New York, maybe a couple more.
With
14.
the first pick of the draft, the St. Louis Rams select Orlando Pace, tackle, Ohio State.
Six and a half, 335. You saw his athletic ability. And as we watch the congratulations for a young man that you'd had a feeling #1 pick was a possibility even after a year ago in '95. Just a little thought. I mean, he's a wonderful kid.
The Oakland Raiders are now on the clock, selecting the second pick.
How many years could he excel in the league? You look at him as a 10, 12-year player, Mel.
Well, you have to, Chris. You're taking him #1 overall in the draft. They had that major need at the left tackle position. They needed help. They went out and only gave up a 3, a 4, and a 7 to get the best player in this draft. Started 38 straight games at Ohio State, never missed a practice. Great football player. And as I said before, the one thing in this draft, Oakland and Seattle traded up very early in the process 2 weeks ago. Oakland wanted Orlando Pace. It did not work out. So you have to believe that Al Davis and the Raiders are not happy to see St. Louis deal up to the Jets' #1 pick and take Orlando Pace.
Well, certainly Orlando, his signability is one question. But if I'm Orlando's agent, I don't worry about signing right now. I'm on the phone to IHOP or Aunt Jemima because this guy invented or reinvented the pancake block. So if you're listening out there, there's an early tip from someone who cares. Get the deal first with the commercials, then move on perhaps and sign with the Rams. And we hope that there is no trouble and that he gets in on time. And I don't know that he's going to be wearing number 1, by the way, Joe.
I think they've got to put 3 numbers if they're going to go 1. It'll be 111 for this guy. You know, the other thing, too, and just looking at the film clips that we had on him, there's instinctive things that you see in this young man. For example, as he ran down the field with that last block that we saw, he didn't look back to find the runner. He looked back to locate him, but then he went on and made the block, never looking back. So that's the kind of stuff that it's very difficult for young guys to learn. He brings a lot of natural instincts to the position, as well as a big appetite, Boomer, which you mentioned.
He certainly does. And although he says, he doesn't really like the pancakes for breakfast, he prefers waffles. I mean, that is it, but he can have whatever he needs. Well, next on the clock are the Oakland Raiders. They originally wanted Orlando Pace, but after, as Mel described, the trade up by the St. Louis Rams, the Raiders maneuvering of a couple weeks ago to acquire the pick from New Orleans here at number 2. Now they have already just the second pick of the draft. Decisions, and phone calls certainly coming from a couple of teams. Let's go to Miami with Chris Mortensen. And Mort, the Raiders have gotten some calls, obviously from Detroit. That's one. What else is going on, and who will be calling them in the next 12 minutes?
Well, I think the Lions are probably having a final discussion with the Raiders about moving up from the 5 spot. Last night, they were willing to offer a 3rd-round pick. I spoke to Bobby Ross, the Lions' new head coach, a little while ago. He's quite comfortable with staying at 5, so he's not going to overpay to go to 2. They would take Darrell Russell, the USC defensive tackle, if they moved into the Raiders' spot. And if the Raiders can't trade, they apparently are going to take Darrell Russell. And some people will say they got Chester McLaughlin, they got Russell Maryland. Well, they would play Darrell Russell possibly at defensive end. And, of course, the Seattle Seahawks holding their breath that they don't take Sean Springs, Chris.
Well, could there be a possibility with the Jets involved here going up, or are they going to swiftly move down?
I don't think so. I think that scenario is too complex, and I really believe this. If the Raiders move, it'll be with the Lions.
Well, we'll keep pace on this one, no pun intended, but the man that's just drafted Orlando Pace is Dick Vermeil. He's come out to visit with our Mark Malone, and Vermeil's first draft pick in 15 years. He's got to be excited, Mark.
Well, I'm sure he's extremely excited. He has been away from the game for a long time. I think a lot of people wondered, Coach, whether or not you could pull this deal off. You did. And you told me you'd make this pick very early, but then you were on the clock for a while. Were there any phone calls, anybody at all interested in this pick?
No, nobody really called. And we had made up our mind really this morning when we came in here after visiting with you last night and that kind of stuff, that really Orlando is the guy. Orlando is going to set the pace here in St. Louis.
In terms of his signability, you and I have talked about that. That's not really a concern for you, and that's interesting because obviously this guy's going to demand a lot of money.
No question, and he'll deserve it. And we'll make him earn it, too, believe me. But I think I have to worry about coaching him. I have to worry about everybody else we put on the field. Jay Zygmunt, who handles that. John Shaw will back it up. They'll get it done. Sooner or later, it will get done, and he will be on the field.
Currently on the depth chart, you have a former #1 draft pick in Wayne Gandy at left tackle. Is Orlando Pace your starting left tackle as of today?
Chances are he will be when we get him on the field, and we'll move Wayne over to the other side and compete at that right tackle spot, and maybe Wiegert inside at a guard. Really, this one move has strengthened our offensive line so much, and we have Gerald Perry here really getting ready to play football. It could be a very good offensive line.
Well, it's a big pick for St. Louis. They also signed 2 days ago John Gurrick, a former offensive guard for the Minnesota Vikings. They have a second pick coming up. It'll be the 8th overall in the second round. Probably be looking at defense. Now let's go back to New York and Chris.
All right, Mark, thank you. We're going to get up to Tom Jackson in a moment, but the Oakland Raiders apparently have made their decision. Have they hung up the phone on everybody? The card is up at the commissioner, and we shall see if this is Darrell Russell. Move him at defensive end, 20-year-old. Let's see if that's what the Raiders do, or do they make a move? Up to the podium and the commissioner.
With the second pick in the draft, the Oakland Raiders select Darrell Russell, defensive tackle, Southern California.
Oh, the air horns are in here.
Seattle Seahawks are now on the board with a choice obtained from Atlanta.
Well, let me tell you, two things have just happened with the Oakland Raiders taking Darrell Russell. First of all, they got a young man that usually plays inside but can play outside if they decide to keep McLaughlin, and they have an excellent front wall. But the Seattle Seahawks are very happy because Sean Springs, Pace's teammate at Ohio State, the corner, is who they wanted all along. Weren't sure they could get him at 3. That's probably where they're headed next, I would think. But Mel, let's talk about Darrell Russell, who's, again, I mean, he's just a youngster.
He's a big kid. He's 320 pounds. He's a great athlete. He's only 20 years of age, so you know he's going to mature. He took some downs off, has to become more of a consistent, focused performer, but tremendous upside potential. Here he is at basically at right defensive end, and that's where the Raiders plan on utilizing him, getting to the quarterback, very agile, very quick for a base. Here he is inside, exploding to the quarterback. You know, getting after then quarterback Ron Powers with Notre Dame, controlling the middle. That's what he does so well. Here he's against the Huskies, just dominating that double team block and making a play. Fires into the backfield regularly. When this kid is on and he's motivated, he's a one-man wrecking crew. And I think what they have to do is harness that talent and motivate him. That's going to be Joe Bugel's responsibility. For Oakland, though, they get Russell, but they still don't have that offensive lineman for Jeff
Well,
George.
then what a segue to Joe.
Oh, my. And to me, I don't necessarily think that Russell is just going to stay in Oakland. Joe, when I look at a head coach, when a guy takes over, they like to get people they're comfortable with. I think of Vince Tobin and Tony Dungy last year. Both of them went for defensive people. Joe Bugel takes over as the offensive coach or the head coach. He's an offensive-minded coach. He's a line coach. I wouldn't be surprised if he still winds up with Walter Jones somehow, some way through the course of this particular draft. I don't believe the dealing is done. It just doesn't make sense for this to sit real comfortable with me. I think Chester McLaughlin is a superstar. I don't know whether or not Russell helps them get where they want to go. You invest so much money in Jeff George, you got to bring somebody in to protect him and look at the future of that particular side of the ball. So I'm not 100% convinced that we haven't seen the last of this movement here yet.
Well, one scenario could be that Walter Jones falls to number 6. The Jets take him. Then they make a deal. Either Russell for Jones or McLaughlin's involved. Meanwhile, the Seahawks, I got to think, it's Sean Springs. As that card has sprung up to the commissioner, it didn't take more than a couple of minutes. Seahawks, first of their 2 first-round selections. Number 3 here, number 12 in a while. Now we told the card was up there. That can't be a pronunciation problem, right? Springs?
No, it's sort of a fairly simple word to get out.
Well, I got a team photo first. You got to do that first.
The commissioner actually
Russell,
is there.
yep.
You just can't see him.
That's right. And he's, what, 6'5"?
That's right. He's behind Darrell Russell somewhere. You know, the amazing thing about Darrell Russell, when you look at him on film, he carries 320 pounds, Mel, but it's spread out over a big frame. I mean, he's a guy who could go, it looks like, maybe to 330 and still carry it comfortably.
He is huge. I mean, you look at a guy can really plug the middle, can do a heck of a job.
All right, here now is the Seahawks.
Third pick in the first round, the Seattle Seahawks select Sean Springs, defensive back, Ohio State.
Now, so the Buckeyes.
The Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock.
Buckeyes with 2 of the 3 first picks. And boy, Seattle, a sigh of relief. They had targeted him throughout. Sean Springs had no interceptions last year, but they didn't throw the ball at him. Mel, some people say that he's rated about as high as any defensive back in the common draft. The highest anyone has gone is 3. Bruce Pickens went at 3 as a corner. Is he worthy of this high a choice?
He's definitely worthy, Chris. He may not be as good as Deion Sanders, but he's going to be close. And certainly for Seattle, they got Willie Williams in free agency. They needed a big-time corner that they can match up against the opposition's top wide receiver and contain that player. You see him here, the right cornerback spot in man coverage. Look at the instincts, how quickly he locates the ball and makes the play. He really did a great job in the Rose Bowl when Keith Poole really shut him down, showed what kind of dynamic athletic ability he has. Then he has his individual workout. He runs a 4.36. It's a 39, 40-inch vertical jump, 19 reps, so you know he's strong. Here he is as a punt returner. Great ability in that area if you want to risk injury and use your number 1 corner. Also as a return man. Run support ability's average. Decent tackler, but you're paying Sean Springs the big bucks to match up against the Jerry Rices and the big-time wide receivers that can beat you. That's his job to tame those guys.
Well, Sean Springs from Silver Springs, Maryland. His dad, you may remember, running back, pretty good with the Dallas Cowboys, Ron Springs. It's in the bloodlines, and now he's the 3rd overall pick. We'll get back to discuss him a little bit. And the Baltimore Ravens on the clock. And will they keep this 4th pick? They've said for a while they want to bail out. Do they bail? Do they stay, or do they go? That's the question as we roar on here in the Apple. Back in New York, and look at this new and improved, almost like the Hall of Fame wall there, and maybe one day Orlando Pace will be on the wall in the Hall of Fame. You can only hope, but certainly quite a ball club that we saw assembled behind us with the commissioner. I'd like a chance to coach that team. Well, card is in already. Do the Ravens keep the pick, or do they make a swing trade? They've said they dump out. This doesn't seem to indicate that they might. Let's go to the commissioner. It's the Peter Boulware spot.
With the fourth choice in the first round, the Baltimore Ravens select Peter Boulware, defensive end, Florida State.
Well, so much
Detroit
for
Lions
saying
are now on the clock.
Saying for weeks that they would dump out because of the cap. They had some offers, the Giants being one of them, Mel. Maybe he just looked too good at the end, right? They certainly need defense after squandering all those halftime leads last year.
Well, the offers weren't good enough. All they got was a 3 from the Giants, a 3 from other clubs. They didn't get that second-round pick and an offer that they wanted. Peter Boulware is just what they said they needed all year. A difference maker that can make everybody around him better. Great edge pass rusher. You see him here coming off the corner, a right defensive end. Catch back artist, doing a good job off the edge. Blindside pressure. He's a special performer. He's going to come in ready to work. He's been a productive player game in and game out. Very strong, good functional strength at about 22, 23 reps, so that's not a concern. You see his athletic ability here against Florida, blocking a punt. This is a kid that can play some linebacker. Marvin Lewis, the defensive coordinator, worked out Peter Boulware, came to the conclusion he could be an outside linebacker. So don't count that out. You have McCrary to be the right end, you have Burnett on the other side. Maybe initially they try Boulware at outside linebacker to plug a hole and see what happens.
Well, he's a smart player. Let's get that out there. His dad, a doctor in Columbia, South Carolina, where he is from. Sterling is quick to point out from the crib. But cap problems. Where's Baltimore? They're the closest team to being over the cap. Look at they're playing some of their players. Now, remember, these are guys not on the team anymore, but they still owe under the cap. Bad Moon Rising, a cool $3 million to Pepper Johnson. Of course, Eric Turner was still there. Leroy Horde was long gone. Tony Jones, now a Bronco. I mean, this is... They said they couldn't afford it. What are they going to have to do, Mel?
Well, what they're going to have to do is try to battle with Peter Boulware and his agent to get him into camp on time. Yeah, Jonathan Ogden got a heck of a deal last year with voidable years in that contract, and he's going to want a similar contract. There's no question about that. When you look at Jonathan Ogden's deal, that's what the agent for Peter Boulware is going to want. So it's going to be really tough for David Modell, Ozzie Newsome, Art Modell to get him into camp on time, because that's a key. As an outside, if he is an outside linebacker in this 4-3 defense, he's going to have a lot to learn. Playing in reverse, coverage responsibilities, a new position. So I think it's imperative, if that's the case, to get him into camp as quickly as possible.
Well, very quickly, the Detroit Lions are up there, and it's got to be the corner, Bryant Westbrook, or Walter Jones, the tackle. These are the two next guys. Which ones do the Lions select?
With the fifth choice in the first round, the Detroit Lions select Bryant Westbrook, defensive back, University of Texas. Well, the New York Jets are now on the clock.
Oh boy! And with that, cue the crowd. The Detroit Lions. I mean, in a division with the Super Bowl champion Packers and the great receivers at Minnesota, when they had to go, and he's a big corner. A smart pick for Detroit and Bobby Ross.
It really is. The first 5 picks have gone basically the way everybody wanted them to go. They're getting people they want in need positions. Pace fills the offensive line position. Russell in Oakland, like I said, I don't think that's completed yet. Springs to Seattle. Boulware to Baltimore. Detroit to Westbrook goes there. Offensively, the Lions are going to be really fine. I mean, you got Barry Sanders, Herman Moore, Johnny Morton, Scott Mitchell's comfortable, a new coordinator in Sly Grooms, Mark Trestman working with the quarterback. They know they needed defensive help. They know they need a tough one-on-one cover guy. That's who they got, Mel.
Well, Mel, he's about 6 feet tall, about the same physical specifications as Sean Springs. He looks for the big hit, doesn't he?
He's a football player. He reminded me a lot of Lester Hayes, the former Raider. Very tough, physical cornerback. You watch him game in and game out, just make dynamic plays. Right around 200 pounds, tremendous strength. A guy that plays a physical brand of football. See, 30 career pass breakups, 9 interceptions. This guy has good ball skills. Watch him come up and explode the tackler. Dynamic one-on-one defender. Here he's against Randy Kinder. Watch this hit. This exemplifies what this kid's all about. Destructive football player, but don't underestimate him in coverage. Here he gets flagged for pass interference. Joe, that's not pass interference. He came away with the INT. Here he is blocking a punt, scooping it right up and taking it all the way for a touchdown. This kid is a big-time football player. Had a knee injury, serious knee injury early in his career. Came back from that, has shown no ill effects. This kid will solidify a Lions secondary that's been awful the last few years.
Let me just say a couple things. That corners in the top 10 in the 30, this now the 31st year, the 30 previous years of the common draft, cornerbacks now, not DBs, corners, just 16 over 30 years in the top 10. We've already had 2 here. For example, Dion was a 5th choice. Michael Haynes was a 5th choice. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Ronnie Lott, who one day will go to the Hall of Fame, was a number 8 pick. Rod Woodson was a 10 pick. To see Springs 3 and Westbrook 5, if the scouts are right, that kind of puts it where the scouts are thinking that these guys may end up after 8 or 10 years in the league. One other thought about Springs. Allegedly, in the Rose Bowl, he went up to Poole, the outstanding receiver of Arizona State, said, tell you what, if you don't cut me during the game, I'll give you 1 catch. I don't know if this is quite true, but the stats in the Rose Bowl were that Poole caught only 1 ball from Jake Plummer. If Springs has that sort of confidence and ability, we're looking at a great one. Westbrook, too. The Jets are now something we've got used to saying the last couple of years. The New York Jets are on the clock. But this is the first pick of the Bill Parcells era. Let's head out to Hofstra and Sal Paolantonio. They keep it or do they move down again?
Well, Chris, this is an interesting dilemma for Bill Parcells in his first pick with the New York Jets. He has control for the first time, like you said, he's always wanted to have. He could take Walter Jones. Don't forget, David Williams had a cyst removed in his back. He's the starting right tackle, veteran starting right tackle. He's actually sitting, or lying down, we hope, at Lenox Hill Hospital because he's had a dural leak, a little fluid buildup in the lower back, and has been prescribed to have rest for at least 2 weeks and may not be ready until training camp. So they could take Walter Jones, they could take James Farrier, they could take Dwayne Rudd, or they could move out with either Seattle or Tampa Bay. Let's go to Andrea Kramer in Tampa.
Well, I'm doing my Andrea Kramer imitation right now. I've kind of grown a little bit, changed my hair color. We'll get to Andrea in Tampa very shortly. Walter Jones is, Mel, we had 6 players. Whoever picks here, Jets or whatever, that is, if it's best available athlete, no question, right?
I think Walter Jones is a special football player. In the JUCO ranks, in 2 seasons, he only allowed just 1 sack. Then he goes to Florida State, sits out a year, and then this past season allowed just 1 sack. He's flagged for just 1 penalty. This kid's a good football player, 295 pounds, Joe. He runs 4.72. He's got to be one of the fastest offensive tackles of all time.
And as you mentioned before, Mel, what it looks like is this, everybody's talking about this kid. Orlando Pace is a guy right now you can plug right in. But down the road, they think Walter Jones has the athletic ability to be equal to an Orlando Pace. So it's a very good pick. This also is the end of Mel's top 6. After this, almost anything goes almost anywhere. So this is the guaranteed guy.
You know, Walter Jones reminds me a little bit of Darrell Russell in that, I mean, he's a 300-pounder, but, I mean, he holds it. He doesn't look 300 pounds. He runs as well as tight ends. Well, here's the 6th pick with the Jets. They've already moved from 1 to 6. Do they move from 6 further down to get more picks? The trade card is in, so that answer would be yes. Here are the details with the commissioner.
With the 6th selection in the first round, the New York Jets have traded with Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is now on the clock. The Jets obtained Tampa Bay's pick in the first round, which is the 8th choice overall, and Tampa Bay's pick in the 4th round, which is the 104th choice overall. Tampa Bay is now on the clock.
Well, Bill Parcells lost those draft picks when they went over to the Jets as a result of getting out of his Patriots obligations. They now picked up more than they have lost. So the Bucs move up 2 spots. It costs them a 4th. Now let's check in with Andrea Kramer. Good afternoon, Andrea.
Hello, Chris. We'll try this again. Thank you. Tampa is not going to stay at the 6th pick, however. They have traded down to number 12. That's Seattle's spot, and Tampa will get their Seattle's 3rd-round pick, which is number 63. So Seattle will now be making the pick at 6. It's very confusing, but the Bucs, I think, feel that there were a number of players that they would like, and if they were all falling down, that they feel that they could get that value a little bit later. So it looks like Seattle will be making the pick, and Tampa will now be at 12. Chris, back to you, New York.
Well, my goodness, they came in the league together, the Seahawks and the Buccaneers, and it's only fitting that they do business together here in the first round. These two teams are the two teams with the 2 first-round picks. Here's the tales of what
with the 6th pick in the first round acquired from the New York Jets, Tampa Bay has traded with Seattle. So Seattle now is on the clock. Tampa Bay acquired Seattle's pick in the first round, which is the 12th selection overall. And Atlanta's pick in the 3rd round, which Seattle had previously acquired, which is the 63rd selection overall. So Seattle is now on the clock.
All right, so let's recap here. Welcome to Trader Vic's. We'll have a pina colada at Trader Vic's, and his hair was perfect. They're not talking about you, Mel. It's a line from Warren Zevon. Well, this is an involved story with Seattle. Let's talk about Walter Jones first, but then let me give you the background of how a political vote that didn't happen yesterday affected these moves today. All right, but Hank Goldberg, are we ready up there? Is in the Pacific Northwest. Top of the morning to you, Hank. And I guess the fish are swimming upstream, aren't they?
Yes, they are, Chris. Dennis Erickson told me last night that this was his objective, to move into the 6th spot, to take Walter Jones. It fell just the way he wanted with the selection of Springs. You mentioned the legislative situation here, and very quickly it's this. They need 50 votes to get approval for a stadium vote on a referendum. And they haven't gotten those votes, and the election hasn't taken place, but they decided to go about their business as if that situation doesn't exist. The problem is they're looking at $13 million in bonuses and salaries right now, Chris. So that's the situation here. They're feeling pretty good.
Well, they should feel pretty good. We're going to go back to you in a minute, but let's make it official with the commissioner, Hank.
With the 6th pick in the first round, the Seattle Seahawks select Walter Jones, offensive tackle from Florida State.
My goodness.
The New York Giants are now on the clock.
The Seahawks, as Hank said, did exactly what they wanted to do. Let me take 15 seconds and clean this up. If the House does not vote yes to put on the ballot in June to the people of the state of Washington or King County the opportunity to fund a new football stadium, and if that goes on the ballot and it's not funded, Paul Allen on July 1st will either exercise or not exercise his option to buy the team. He has a few shekels. He's already spent some for the Chad Browns, etc. He said if they don't approve the stadium, he's not buying the team. The future of the Seahawks up there is in question pending these moves in the legislature. However, as Hank said, business as usual until they get a no. And you got to like Paul Allen, full steam ahead until somebody stops me. Hey, the Seahawks have to be thrilled with what they've gotten.
Well, the Seahawks gambled when they traded up. They got Springs. Now they get Walter Jones. 2 players in that Elite 6. This is an amazing draft for Dennis Erickson to get 2 of these top 6 players. You see him here at right tackle with the feet and the balance. This is a dominator who's going to get better once his technique improves. Remember, he only played 1 year. Watch him against James Bates. Helmet to helmet, Joe. Watch him. There you go. Now that's domination. You watch him time and time again sustain a block. He never quits. He's a high-intensity player, doesn't take any downs off or plays off. He was responsible for a lot of work-done success this past season. Really engulfs a defender. Big man, 295 to 300 pounds, ran that 4.72 during an individual workout, which was unbelievable.
Well, and he goes right along with Pete Kendall last year. I mean, what Dennis Erickson's starting to do right now is he's starting to put together this very young football team. And he's got veterans backing up. You got John Freese as your quarterback. You got Warren Moon as a backup. Last year you go get Pete Kendall. Now you get Walter Jones. Personally, I'll tell you what. I think Seattle right now is the odds-on favorite to compete for the AFC Championship. I'll put that out there right now, right out front.
The AFC or the AFC West?
The AFC Championship.
Let me write this down.
The whole enchilada.
12:43.
Yep. Write it down.
On draft day.
On draft
first
day.
round.
I think they're putting together the ball club.
Why not?
The defensive moves have been upgrading it with speed. Offensively, they're winding up with a football team that with Joey Galloway, Chris Warren, young Kendall, young Jones, a backup in Warren Moon, you got all the things you need in place to be competitive on both sides of the ball.
So the Seahawks take 2 of the first top 6. Guess who's on the clock? G-Men! The Giants have their turn. We'll be back. Has happened. Now, the Giants 7, Jets now 8. Still allows us for the 4th time ever in the common draft at 67 that the 2 New York teams have gone back-to-back. 77, Marvin Powell, Gary Jeter, good picks. 81, outstanding picks with LT and Freeman McNeil. 92, tight ends, Derek Brown and Joni Mitchell. They paid paradise and they put up a parking lot with those picks. All right, now, the Giants. This is 7 through maybe 25 in value. They're not thrilled with this spot. We may have a name that's unusual. Help us out, Chris Mortensen. You got an insight on the Giants' moves?
Well, you know, they were going up to 4 to take Peter Boulware, the Florida State defensive end. Some people would say, why? They had Cedric Jones last year, Michael Strahan. They would have put Boulware up on the weak side, let him play in space and rush the passer. James Ferrier might be an attraction here, but you know what? Jim Fossil needs some weapons. That's why people have been talking about Colorado wide receiver Ray Caruth, Florida wide receiver Rido Anthony, and don't rule out the Cal tight end Tony Gonzalez here either, Chris. Let's go to Sal Palantonio with the Jets.
Thanks, Mort. It looks like Bill Parcells may be done dealing finally. We just talked to the people in the draft room. They say that they'll probably stay at number 8. They'll probably focus on defense. They like linebackers Dwayne Rudd and James Farrier, and that's probably the way they'll go. But you never know. He's trying to accumulate as many picks as possible to get this 1-15 Jets team back on track. Now let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Sal, and while they do that, get rid of some of their higher-priced veterans and give them room under the cap in future years. Well, once a football player, always a football player. Tom Jackson and Sterling Sharp were Pro Bowlers, 2 of the best. And although they have retired from the game, they said, look, if we're coming to New York for the draft, let's play some football. So let's go up to the dapperly dressed duo. And now what are we doing here? Looks like more like a wrestling ring with pylons. Peter Boulware, you going to talk about him?
Yeah. Well,
Hi, guys.
When you begin to assess Peter Boulware, and Chris, if the field was this big, I could have played a lot longer. When you begin to assess Peter Boulware, you first come to the unique combination of speed and power. He's a guy who only weighs 260 pounds, but he plays a lot bigger than that. When you look at this guy come off the corner, he's able to shorten the corner. He doesn't run himself out of the play. He's able to fall back. He doesn't get so far upfield that he can't come back. But look at the right shoulder. He dips. He makes a nice play. Now, I think the thing that you want to do if you're Peter Boulware is you want to be balanced up. And the reason I wanted to show his stance right there is whether he was on the right end or the left end, he tended to be in that left-handed stance. But those are all things, Sterling, he can work on technique-wise.
And he's a kid that you can work with, because I've been knowing this kid ever since he was 10, 12 years old. And when I got drafted in 1988, Peter Boulware was the guy who answered the phone. Of course, it was the Green Bay Packers, and I told Pete to go ahead and talk to him. I was waiting for a better offer, but it worked out well for me in Green Bay. But Peter Boulware is very coachable. He's a young man that just wants to come in, and his technique that Tommy talked about, I think he'll be fine because he wants to absorb that information. And as I go back over to Boom, I think if I'd have played on this field, Chris, I might have had a few more catches too.
I think I might have had a few more catches over there. Joe, do you think you could hit me on a square out on that field?
I could hit you on this one. Don't go much further than that, though. I got to be honest with you. That's about the limit of the arm
I'm moving right now. I don't think I can go that much further than that. I'm about a 3rd and 4 guy. Send me out 2 steps, turn around, and fall down, maybe to pick up that extra yard. The Giants now start a new group of names. And Mel, now we got to get everybody familiar with the next group of names, although we understand that the Giants are talking about a name that will not rock the draft, but just maybe not a name that we'll see right here.
Well, we see some good football players. It's not the Elite Six. And remember last year, the Giants missed out on Jonathan Ogden, had to settle for Cedric Jones. So the second straight year, the Giants are just off the fringe of getting one of those elite players. We see Warwick Dunn. He's a 3rd down specialist, a creative football player, versatile, could fit in well with anybody. Marcellus Wiley's my sleeper, has been all year, coming on strong. You look at the rest of that group that's after that. Tarek Glenn was 354 during the season. Now he's 331. Ike Hilliard. This is a kid steadily moving up the draft board. Gives you tremendous ability after the reception. Renard Wilson. We know that Bill Parcells really likes Renard Wilson's intensity and great motor. So there's not that much difference in talent when you look at this group from the 7th player down to 18, 25. There's not really that much separating those players. The Giants may think about moving down. You say, why not move down? Well, who wants to move up if all these players are the same? It takes 2 to have a deal, and the Giants may have to use this pick simply because there's so much equality. I mean, everybody from 7 to 25, 30 is basically a similar grade.
This is the start of a new era, Joe, with the Giants, with Jim Fossil, who has really been a quarterbacks all over the league. Love him when he's the offensive coordinator. Now he's head coach. He's vowed to make Dave Brown a big-time quarterback. You would think he would go out and get him some help, wouldn't you?
Well, look, I think there's only one thing you have to look at, and that's the right-hand column. This is the Giant offense. That's all 30s, folks. Those are not misprints. Total yards, passing yards, rushing TDs, thirds, and 12 of 1,000 plays for 25 yards or more. That's 0. I think the one area that you have to look at with Jim Fossil and his offensive coaches is they've got to get the ball down the football field, whether it be a third down back coming out to help him or whether it's a guy who can stretch the field. That would be the area I think he'd be looking at.
All right, we're thinking offense. What are the Giants thinking? Let's go back up to the commissioner.
With the 7th pick in the 1st round, the New York Giants select Ike Hilliard, wide receiver from Florida. The New York Jets are now on the clock.
Let's say one thing about the Giants, and they've had some nice receivers. And they tried Lewis a couple of years ago, but really, since I think Del Schaffner, or all right, I'll give you Homer Jones in the 60s, they haven't had a deep threat. Is Hilliard the answer to a deep threat, Mel?
I'll tell you what Hilliard is. He comes from Steve Spurrier's offense. He's a guy that is tremendous in the open field after the catch. 29 touchdowns. He gets the ball in the end zone. His uncle is Dalton Hilliard, so you know this guy's got the good bloodlines. Watch him here. After he catches the football, that's the key. Look at the moves in the broken field. How creative he is after the catch. That's the key to Ike Hilliard. Throwing the 10-yard pass, he turns it. Watch this move right here. Now that's a football player. This kid can create so much. A 10-yarder can become a 30-yard touchdown. Here he is again. You see the hands, the ability in traffic, fade routes. Very experienced at that at Florida. Again, against top competition. This is Deshae Townsend, a good cornerback. Look at that move. I mean, this is against good football players. He's leaving these guys in the shade, Joe. I mean, this guy is tremendous after the reception. The best wide receiver, along with Ray Caruth from Colorado, after they get the hands on the football.
He's not as fast as Caruth, but I think he runs with the football a little bit better. The other thing here, too, is George Young. 9 of the last 10 drafts have been offensive, and in the entire time that George Young is picked, he has not traded out of this pick. Everybody talked trade, just didn't happen. You look at the people. Cedric Jones is the only defensive guy. Wheatley, Lewis, Brown, Bunch, Hampton, Williams, Moore, Ingram, all offensive people. This is, I think, going to really help Jim Fossil out tremendously, Chris.
Production, Joe. 25 touchdowns by Hilliard the last 2 years, 34 in his collegiate career at Florida, certainly playing in a great pass system. He's not a burner per se, but some scouts liken him to Andre Reed, the way he gets the ball, moves over the middle. And if they can get Andre Reed out of this pick, I think the Giants will be very pleased.
I got to tell you something. When you're playing Giant Stadium, I think Giant Stadium is the toughest stadium in the National Football League to throw in. I think a lot of Dave Brown's problems had to do with the scheme that he was in and the weather that he plays in and the conditions. This kid here may not run down the field real fast, but he has the ability to make catches and make things happen. I think Dave Brown's going to be a much improved quarterback with his abilities this year, with his numbers, and Ike Hilliard is the kind of guy who can be a go-to receiver for the Giants. I think the Giant fans are finally going to have something to cheer about after 25 yards in a long time.
Well, it is the first time in a while. We certainly, our college crew, headed by Chris Fowler and company, have certainly enjoyed watching the Florida offense through the years. Let's go up to our Bristol, Connecticut studios with Chris and Jaws and the pick for the Giants and Jim Fossil on offense. Production, certainly not a question, guys.
Well, you mentioned Homer Jones, Boomer, the last all-pro wide receiver for the Giants 29 years ago. Recent receivers have played more like Homer Simpson. But Ike Hilliard becomes Mike Gottfried, the first receiver taken over Colorado's Ray Caruth, over Yetiel Green, the guy with the great workout stats from Miami. Does he deserve to be the first receiver picked in your mind?
Well, I think he's a great receiver. I think, first of all, when you look at this receiver, he's a very aggressive receiver. He changes directions like you've seen on the film, and he's the clutch receiver for Florida's offense. Danny Werfel went to him in the clutch. He's a fade guy, a corner route guy. He's going to work well against man coverage. He's an excellent pick.
He is the first #1 pick on offense under Steve Spurrier at Florida. Emmitt Smith, the last Gator to be taken in the first round on offense. Amazingly, those 4 SEC titles, and Hilliard becomes the first #1 pick out of that. How does he fit into the Giants offense? Obviously, he gives them the impact player they wanted.
Chris, it's a great fit for the New York Giant offense, particularly under Jim Fossil. He's a guy that loves the timing and rhythm passing game. And a guy like Hilliard can stretch the defense, get the free safety out of center field, and create the vacancies underneath. And that's the real key. Howard Cross can now catch the ball underneath, Callaway underneath. I mean, Thomas Lewis, they've got the guys. I mean, it's a great pick for the Giants.
Now the Jets up, 6 juniors in the top 7 picks. What will the team from New York Jets do? Chris?
All right, guys, thank you. The Jets have made the pick, finally, after all their trades. I think this is a Jet home game.
8th pick in the first round, the New York Jets select James Farrior, linebacker, University of Virginia.
Well, Mel,
The Arizona
the Jets
Cardinals
have taken
are now
a
on the clock.
linebacker from Virginia. I think we've done this dance before, have we not?
I'll tell you, when you look at the New York Jets and you look at James Farrier's ability, a multi-dimensional outside linebacker, a guy that can cover, can do a job at the line of scrimmage, well coached by Rick Lance, during his career at Virginia, a guy that really can go sideline to sideline. When I liked him early in his career as a sophomore, he was 215 pounds. Now he's 240. You see a guy tremendously strong, 24, 26 reps. Like I said, Rick Lance coached both Farrior and Jamie Sharper and did a heck of a job. Watch him here, number 42. They turned him loose a lot more this year, let him get after the quarterback, but really sets him apart. Watch him in coverage here. It's how he senses things. Also shows very good hands for the interception. So when he gets the opportunity for a turnover, he converts. You watch him here again. Look at his ability. He moves quickly, locates the ball, no wasted motion. That's what you like about Farrior. Consistent productivity. Traditional 4-3 outside linebacker. I thought he was a guy that could come right in and start at an outside linebacker position.
Well, first of all, you like if he's a defensive player, you take the F out, you put the W in, he's warrior. So that's the first thing you like about him. Second, can we bury the misunderstanding here? Jeff Lageman was the guy I was talking about, who you liked as a player. Can we bury it? Mike Hickey, who called me the other day, and Mike, I owe you a call. You liked him as a ball player, and you like Farrior as a player.
I like what the Jets did.
Right?
They created an opportunity.
Yes.
They didn't take James Farrior where they were picking. They moved down twice and still got James Farrior. That's the difference. The Jets took Lageman where they were slotted. The Jets and Bill Parcells moved down twice. Now they have extra choices that they can turn into good football players, especially for a Jet team that needs to solidify so many positions.
Let me tell you something quickly as we go to South Palo Antonio. I think the team on the clock next, Arizona, was looking at Farrior. Now they're scrambling in their war room right now. That's changed their philosophy. Bill Parcells, Sal's got to feel pretty good. Couple of moves, still get a heck of a performer on defense.
Right, and he got an extra 4th-round pick out of it. But the linebacker, Boomer, was really not a need area in defense for a defense that was ranked 30th in the league in touchdowns allowed last year. They did sign Pepper Johnson, a former Giant that was with Parcells in New York during those Super Bowl years, to play middle linebacker. They have Mo Lewis on the strong side, and Marvin Jones was moved to the weak side. We've heard from a number of teams that the Jets are trying to trade Marvin Jones. Now let's go back to New York.
Well, the last 2 seasons, Sal, Farrior is registered, doing some quick addition here, over 250 tackles. Here's what the Jets have done thus far, starting with their move a couple days ago with the Rams. As you look at Farrior and the commissioner, it is a Jet home game here. The Jet fans have outnumbered the Giant fans, by the way, for scoring at home. The Rams got, here's what the Jets got in the pace deal, as it turned out. They swapped the ones, they pick up a 3, a 4, and a 7, which they traded to Philadelphia to get Dixon. Then they traded that one to Tampa, to swap spots, and they pick up an extra 4. All right, so for all that, they pick up Farrior, and they get 1, 2, 3, 4 extra picks out of it. So the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Now they may have a decision. Who's going to wash his face at the end of the day? We'll be back.
I was getting off a plane when this stranger tosses me a dime. Suddenly,
Cardinals now have to rethink. They were hoping to get Farrior. I believe that's one of the players that they certainly wanted. They now have to think about a defensive back. which may be a little rich as far as looking at the draft in the 9-hole to pick a guy like a Tommy Knight. Do they do that? Do they try and bail? Does somebody see a player that they want to come up and get? I think we may see the Arizona Cards take all 15 minutes. Where do they look? Vince Tobin, a defensive coach.
Well, I think a defensive coach here, I think he looks to come out. I tend to agree with you, Chris. I think there's a possibility they may take the defensive back. But I think back to last year when Houston had the 9 pick and Oakland wanted a tight end with Ricky Dudley. Gonzalez out of California is the guy that everybody wants. The pick here at Arizona, New Orleans is pick at 10, Atlanta's pick at 11. I think those are the 3 spots that Kansas City wants to try and come up to because they've made it public everywhere that they want Gonzalez. I think this is right in the spot where you see the tight end want to go, somewhere in these next 2-3 picks. He's the hot property. I think this is the spot that Kansas City can ensure they get who they want, if they're the people that want to come up. Dallas wants to come up. San Francisco wants to come up as well. So I think there's a real possibility here. They trade this pick or possibly wind up taking the DB, like you said, because of its being a defensive coach.
All right, so we've had 8 picks thus far. Cardinals are on the clock. Let's go back up to our Bristol headquarters and Chris Fowler and gang for a draft update. Chris?
Well, thank you, Chris. It is recap time, and if you're just joining us, where have you been? You've missed 8 picks already in a very briskly paced first round. Also missed 2 trades involving pick number 6, and the news is that Seattle has made the trade and gotten 2 of the top 6 players in the draft, Sean Springs and Walter Jones, the offensive tackle out of Florida State. Here's Seahawks head coach Dennis Erickson speaking with Hank Goldberg about the Seahawks' 2 picks so far.
Well, with the first pick, obviously, Sean Springs was a guy that we wanted because of the need at that position, and we were able to get him, which enabled us now to do something with that 12th pick. Had we not gotten Sean, we would have had to get a corner with that 12th pick and done some things to move up to get that done because of that need.
And Ron Jaworski joins me. Sean Springs, defensive back number 2 taken in this draft was Bryant Westbrook. We had to wait till pick number 11 last year to get a defensive back. And Ohio State just keeps producing great players. In the last 3 years now, 8 picks in the first round. How does Springs fit in? He's a guy who's confident, Jaws. He will tell an opposing wide receiver, you out your league. Well, now he's in a new league.
He's a guy that could play the man-to-man coverage. Now you put him back there on the corner with Willie Williams, you really freed up the defense. And when you go and you look at what a team can do by doing a lot of different things with the linebackers and with the safeties, and you see it right here on the corner. Say you got a Willie Williams and a Sean Springs that can play good man-to-man coverage. It frees these safeties up to get involved with the running game, get involved with the blitzing game. These guys are key. Now when you got Sinclair and Adams and guys, Cortez Kennedy up front, you now have 11 guys that can attack the quarterback. And when you can attack the quarterback, it's easy to play in the secondary.
That's what Dennis Erickson wants to do. That's what Ohio State was able to do. Springs such a good coverage guy. They just left him out here one-on-one. The linebackers and the safeties, as you pointed out, got very involved in the pass rush. All right, pick number 9 up next. Back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, guys, thank you. Well, we've talked to Tom Jackson here in New York that if the field was this size, you could have played more. But what happened if you would have to go up against Orlando Pace on a field this size, Tom? There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide.
Well, it take me a long time to get around him, Chris, but when you start to assess Orlando Pace, he is atypical of most left tackles in the game. You're looking for a guy usually who's a little smaller and has more athleticism because he's blocking those great right defensive ends whose expertise is rushing a passer. You take a look at Orlando Pace, the first thing you notice is the great balance, and then watch the feet. It's like dancer's feet. You watch him, he has a great grip, gets his hands on you, hard to get away, but watch the punch right there, has the ability to knock people off. And the thing that I like about him the most is that once you get a runner going downfield, Orlando Pace likes what he does. He wanders downfield, he hits people when he doesn't have to, and I think that's something you can't teach and you can't coach, Boom.
Don't do anything. All right, well, thank you, Tommy. It's pancakes for everybody at this point. 8 picks thus far in the first round, 3 of them from the ACC. So as we wait for the Arizona Cardinals, who have now about 5 minutes left on the clock. First rounders in the 90s, Ohio State now with Pace and Springs, and Russell with USC. So USC 1, Ohio State 2, so Ohio State has the lead, 12-11. Notre Dame, Joe, 3rd at 9.
We're
Michigan,
hanging there.
Texas
We're
A&M.
just hanging there.
Yeah, but you may have.
We got a few
coming up.
We got a win or two.
We can see what happens.
Yeah.
Pick us in for the cards. Let's see what's in the cards for Arizona. He's delivering sodas? I don't believe it.
With the 9th pick in the first round, the Arizona Cardinals select Tom Knight, defensive back from Iowa.
Well, this is an interesting selection, Mel, because I think
The
that
New
Tom
Orleans
Knight,
Saints are now on the clock with the choice obtained from the Oakland Raiders by trade.
who is another, pretty big, not huge, but 5'11", almost 200 pounds corner, 10 career interceptions. He's moved up the charts despite the fact that in his college career earlier on he had a couple of knee injuries, but he was a name that I kept hearing, and he's moved up the boards here to the number 3 corner. Do you like this pick, or is it a reach?
No, I don't like the pick at all, Chris. I think when you look at Tommy Knight, you see a guy that, here against Donald Hayes from Wisconsin, showed some ability. There's no question this kid's a good athlete. He's got good physical ability, but I think he allowed too many completions to his receiver. He's not a tremendous run support corner. To me, he's a guy that has good 40 speed, doesn't play quite as fast. I had him on the draft board 112th overall when I did the draft report. So you're taking a guy 9th, and I have 112th. Obviously, I don't agree with this pick. I didn't agree with some of the things Bill Tobin did. Now Vince Tobin, I guess the Tobin family, I'm not on the top of their Christmas card.
We finally got you off Mike Hickey's bad list, and now here you are with another Tobin.
What can you do? It just falls that way.
Well, I mean, but a lot of teams were talking about him moving up as the number 3 corner. You don't see it.
No,
He's
I didn't see it.
fluid, good technique.
Well, he is, but he allowed so many completions to his side of the field. I just did not see a dominant guy. You see Springs and you see Westbrook shut down people. Knight did not do that despite the physical and athletic ability. It was a year very deep in corners, so if you're Arizona, you try to trade down. The problem probably was, who are they going to trade down with? We said at this spot it was tough, although you wonder if they had any offers. Gonzalez was a hot property. When does that trade occur? I'm not taking, how can I, who had a guy 112th in the draft report, applaud this draft choice?
Well, the Tobin family in general doesn't think much of your evaluation, so that goes over. I don't have a problem with it, to be perfectly honest with you. I think you need somebody opposite Aeneas Williams, and you said it yourself.
You need a good football player.
But you also said in the top 6, you had Westbrook, you had Springs, and then we look at the other possible 10 corners that'll be taken in the first or second round. That means that there's 8 left. Is he so much worse than somebody else on the board? I mean, are there better ones? Who would be your next corner?
You're talking about a lot of players bunched together. You have Booker, you have Herring that can play corner, you have Sam Madison, you have Ty Howard. What I'm saying is you can get a good corner in the early second round. They could have solidified another area. I know Arizona has a major need at corner, Joe, but wait until the second round because of that great depth. Take advantage of the great depth at corner. Get a cornerback then. Use this pick to solidify another area of concern.
But I think the problem we run into there, Mel, is because at least 10 teams in this draft are looking for corners. If you wait to the second round, somebody of a quality you might want is not going to be there.
Sure, you got 25 corners would make it great. I mean, you have a lot of depth. You're not going to lose all the corners in the early second round, Joe.
Well, the Arizona Cardinals, it's good that we disagree. Is it great taste, or is it? No, never mind. So Arizona begins their day with a Knight. Tom Knight is their pick. Next up on the clock, the New Orleans Saints, which has been a hot spot for that rumored Kansas City to come up to Gonzalez trade. Let's go quickly back to Jets headquarters in Sao Paulo, Antonio.
Thanks, Boomer. We're here with Bill Parcells, head coach of the New York Jets. You were sitting at 6. You decided to pass on a player like Walter Jones. You moved down to 8. You got James Farrior. What do you like about Farrior?
Well, we like him very much. We probably would have taken him at 6 if we'd kept the pick, but we had an opportunity to move. Obviously, we had discussions with Seattle. We had the chance to go to 12. Tampa Bay called late, and to ensure that we felt like we had 3 guys that we liked a lot, and Farrior was among them. And when we got a chance to go to 8, we thought it was a good move. We picked up an extra pick, so we need volume. I've been saying that all along. Now at least we've got a little bit.
Where do you put Farrior in the lineup right now, Bill?
I don't have any specific idea other than we're trying to collect good players, Sal, and I think this guy's a good player. He's a good class kid. He's smart and he's aggressive, and he's from a good program, and we're just trying to collect those kind of guys, and then we let them fight it out in camp.
Does this mean the end of Marvin Jones's career here? I know a number of teams would like to take him off your hands.
Well, I don't know anything about that. As I said, we're trying to collect a number of good players. Wherever you draft a player these days, they always run to the incumbent and say, what's this mean for him? Well, obviously, you're investing in a good player. You hope he comes in and plays, but he's got to earn his job just like anybody else.
You got the 31st pick in the draft. Quickly, what area would you like to go there?
Well, I don't know. You're going to have to see what's left. We still have some defensive thoughts, though. We're concentrating early, but at least we have a little volume now, and we can go as we see.
Thanks a lot, Coach. There you are.
Not letting me throw it back to Boomer.
All right, go ahead.
Back to you, Boomer.
Well, he's a happy guy, and as Bill Parcells said, he has volume now with the New York Jets. Jets. Well, we're up to pick number 10, the New Orleans Saints, some of the Hall of Fame wall here at the Theater.
Okay, how did Priority Mail win over the Emmys?
Well, we delivered over 75,000 videotapes of the TV shows entered for Emmys to the voting Academy members. On a tight timetable, on a tight budget. And the winner is Priority Mail. So we came here for the Emmys. How about you? What's your priority? Priority Mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
Now that I'm teaching in the business, we're getting really close.
Even though my job takes me on the road a lot.
But that's no problem. I have them call me 1-800-COLLECT. It's inexpensive, so we can talk as often as we want.
Without screwing up the bottom line.
Yeah, calling with 1-800-COLLECT has really helped us get to know each other.
Yeah, we talk about business and sports and women.
By the way, how is Shelley?
That's Charlene, Dad.
Charlene.
1-800-COLLECT. They love to hear from you.
Months is a long time.
I wish I could take you with me.
Yeah, me too. Oh.
Please, for me, all right? For the plane ride? Smile.
You love her? Oui?
Well, it's my sister. She's sick.
Oh.
Very sick.
Polaroid. See what develops.
We are back in New York at the theater, and one of the things that we do here in the 90s, some of us have yet to get on the information highway. I'm still at the stop sign of the entrance ramp, but at any rate,
I'm sitting with you.
Did Bill Parcells get enough compensation for the number 1 pick? And if you dialed ESPNnet.sportzone.com, 69% said yes, he did. 31% no, he did not. And of 100% of the votes, Bill probably couldn't care. The New Orleans Saints, the first pick in the reincarnation of Mike Ditka. Now on the clock, about 7 minutes to go if the Saints indeed keep their selection here. Remember, yesterday the Saints did acquire Heath Schuler, quarterback, Washington. So that might be something that they might have looked at beforehand. They are not anymore. Let's go down to Linda Cohn, who is down on the bayou. Linda, welcome.
Chris, yeah, Mike Ditka told me acquiring Heath Schuler yesterday was their biggest need, but they have a lot to be happy about right now, and I'll tell you why. Coach Ditka told me yesterday that there could be 2 players, if still on the board at number 10, that would keep Mike and company from trading down. And from my conversations, I believe one of those players is wide receiver from Miami, Yatil Green. Mike Ditka likes Green. He brought him into the New Orleans facility. He not only was impressed with obviously what the kid can do on the field, and we all know about his breakaway speed, and you know how bad the Saints need a big playmaker. He liked the fact that he had a good knowledge of the X's and O's. But I also talked with Bill Kaharick this morning, and he told me, the GM of the Saints, that they're not ruling out any deal to trade down. They're looking to get proper value for the picks that are still up there at 10. And let's face it, this team was 3-13 a year ago, ranked 29th in offense a year ago. Offense has many, many needs, so they do want to stockpile picks. And don't forget, Dwayne Rudd is still out there, and that's a possibility. Now back to you, Chris, in New York.
All right, Linda, we'll see what Mike Ditka does with his new roost, if you will, in New Orleans. Here is the Heath Schuler trade, in case you missed it, didn't get the paper today. Schuler out in the quarterback game in Washington with Farrat, the winner of that battle for North Turner. So the Skins for Heath Schuler get a a fifth-round pick this year and then a pick next year. And, Joe, do you think Heath Schuler can be a good NFL quarterback still?
I absolutely do. And I think the big key here is it's 13 starts. And he was 4-9. Part of that has to do with his rookie years. 13 TDs, 19 interceptions. He's only played 19 games. I think the biggest problem for Heath Schuler was plain and simple. He couldn't keep himself healthy. He winds up with a shoulder problem. He winds up with a finger problem. The big thing for Heath is he's got to stay on the football field. He's got to practice. He certainly has the athletic ability, has the ability to throw the football. And as a matter of fact, if you look back at the competition between Gus Frerotte and Heath Schuler, it really wasn't that different. That was a flip of the coin, a tough call for Norv Turner. He could have gone either way and I think gotten production out of the quarterback position. Right now, it's Gus's job, which is a problem for the Redskins to sign him. But as far as Heath Schuler goes, I think the Saints have got themselves a future superstar with the ability that he has. And he's got some great coaching. A guy by the name of Tom Clements is going to be the quarterback coach there, former Notre Dame coach.
I knew that would get it.
Yeah, former Notre Dame quarterback. And I think he's going to get some great tutoring. He's going to play for a tough coach. He's going to play in a system that will not ask him to just go out and win football games. I think there's a big upside down there, Chris.
Well, obviously, Jim Everett is the starting quarterback. Now, we all think of Mike Ditka with quarterbacks of his conversation with Jim Harbaugh a few years ago when Harbaugh was quarterbacking the Bears. Of course, who knows what kind of conversations Ditka had with Jim McMahon over the years. But what does Mike Ditka expect in quarterbacks? His quarterback, we asked him.
I think the quarterback on your football team, and this might sound stupid, he's got to be the toughest guy on your football team. And I think he has to be one of the most respected, if not the most respected. Those two things. He has to be tough. He has to be thick-skinned, but he has to be tough where he can take the physical and mental abuse the position's going to bring him. And I think the other thing that he has to have the respect of his teammates by how he plays the game and his demeanor on and off the field.
You know, Boom, you just take a look at the quarterbacks that have played for Mike. I mean, McMahon, Doug Flutie, who Mike tried to get out of the Toronto Argonaut organization. They wouldn't let him go. Mike Tomczak, Jim Harbaugh, Peter Tom Willis. You talk to any of those quarterbacks, they'll tell you about how tough it is to play for Mike. And I totally agree with him when he talks about the toughness aspect of the quarterback position. There are so many things you have to deal with. You're the only person who can't hit anybody. Everybody gets to hit you. There's a physical toughness. There's a mental toughness. And there's also this respect factor. If you play quarterback in the National Football League, not everybody on the football team is going to like you. That's just the nature of the position. But they have to respect you when you line up on the football field. And that's the thing I think that all of us look for. We weren't going to make a lot of friends maybe in a lot of instances, but if they could line up and say, I respect that guy for the job he does for this football team on Sunday, that's exactly what Mike wants. I think he's got that both in Jim Everett and Heath Schuler. He's got a nice 1-2 combination. Just depends on how the cards fall for him down there.
Well, there's no question, guys, that the Saints offensively were just anemic last year. They're the only team that never scored 30 points in any of their games. Now, I know, San Francisco and Carolina are two of the better defensive football, but still, every now and then you have to do something. Now, does he do a running back here? I mean, they couldn't run the ball at all. And here are those numbers that you shudder at, Joe. There's a lot of 30s and 29s. So offensively, they just have to move things. Although Mike's offense is not going to exactly be the West Coast offense. It's going to be the Midwest offense.
I'll tell you what's exciting, Boomer, is though Danny Abramowitz takes over this football.
Maybe he can be a receiver for
Well,
the
that's
Saints.
the thing. He's a receiver coach. He understands the game. They need to replace a lot of people in skilled positions. They need people to get their hands on the football and make plays for them. I don't care who's throwing the football, whether it's Jim Everett, Heath Schuler, Bobby Lane. It's not going to matter who's throwing the football down there unless somebody can get it and put it in the end zone. Now, Mike has made the comment also. He said, look, we are going to run the football. It isn't a question we want to. It isn't a question I think we can. He's made the statement that they are going to run the football. Mike Ditka and Bill Parcells, in my opinion, are two coaches in the National Football League. By their mere presence on the sidelines, can will victories for football teams. They will run the football. Right here, a running back would be a likely choice if they stay.
No question. Now, Mel, I guess the pick is in, but now we have not had a running back go here today. We expect a lot of them to go early second round. Let's go to the commissioner. Smith, Dillon, big guys that Ditka might look at.
Conversation.
Smith and Dillon, now you got to know how to pronounce those, right? So, I mean, sometimes they congregate around a card if it's a strange name, or that could be for
Dillon's
the trade
not a
variety.
tough name, no.
No. Certainly Antoine Smith is not tough.
With the 10th pick in the first round, the New Orleans Saints select Chris Nioli, guard from Colorado.
Well, we've seen Tom Knight go higher,
The
way
Atlanta
higher than you
Falcons
think,
are
Mel.
now on the clock.
Chris Nioli,
Pick obtained by
he's a
trade
nice
from
player,
Seattle.
more of a guard, right? I mean, are you shocked here? I mean, they still have no one to run the ball. They can block.
I'm probably more shocked by this pick than I was Tommy Knight, because we knew Tommy Knight could go in the first round. Nioli's been dropping a little bit. Workouts weren't spectacular. A pure guard. Normally, you don't see pure guards go this high. Bob Sapp, you had Dean Neal, you had Damon Denson. They could have gotten a good pure guard in the second round. They could have filled their void at running back with Smith or Dillon, gotten a receiver like Yatil Green or Caruth. To me, you don't take a pure guard like Nioli at the 10th spot when you got some depth at that position. You get one in the early second round, and you're not going to get a quality back like Smith or Dillon at that point, even though there is some depth. You're not going to get a Yatil Green or Caruth at that point. To me, this is even more of a surprise than Tommy Knight. This is, to me, Knight and Nioli back-to-back are two major reaches.
I mean, is it safe? I mean, sometimes, you want to go safe. Is this safe or not?
Well, it's safe, but it's not the right move. I mean, when you look at a guard, you can plug him in, but to me, you have to look at what's the strength of the draft and where, if you want a guard, you can get a Dan Neal, a Damon Denson, a Bob Sapp, possibly in the early second round. So only one can answer this is obviously Mike Ditka. I totally disagree with the pick.
Well, let's go to our resident Colorado expert, Chris Fowler. One thing that Nioli does do, and I'm not sure that this is why Mike drafted him, but he did even play goal line defense for Colorado. So, I don't know, maybe Mike is looking for a two-way player, the fridge too, although this is not Nioli's. I wouldn't put him in this category. You guys shocked up there?
Well, I think if Chris Nioli were in New York and not out in Hawaii where he is today at his in-laws' house, he would probably strangle Mel Kiper for calling him a reach at number 10. Nioli, a very gentle guy. He's got a wife, a little daughter off the field. Teammates call him a big coconut. But here's a quick story to show you why Chris Nioli is a Mike Ditka kind of football player. Rick Neuheisel's first game at head coach at Colorado. At halftime, a lackluster performance. Neuheisel tells his team, we need more guys like Chris Nioli. Nioli thinks that Neuheisel has insulted him. He goes over, he picks up the first-year head coach and literally throws him against a chalkboard. He's got fire in his eyes, and Neuheisel has to say, wait a minute, Chris, no, I was complimenting you. We need more guys to play like you on the field, in the locker room. Nioli is as intense guy as it comes. I don't think he's going to pick up Mike Ditka and throw him anywhere, but it illustrates that Nioli has the kind of mentality that Ditka certainly is looking for. Pick number 11. Up next, Atlanta is on the clock as we continue from ESPN headquarters and also New York, and all points on the draft.
Just what does it take?
Looking for a Chevrolet? Buy direct. Call Chevy for a new Buick, any Buick. Buy direct.
All right, we are back at the theater. A couple of picks that have surprised some folks with Nioli going to the Saints, and before that night going to Arizona. Now comes Atlanta and the start of the Dan Reeves era in Atlanta. Two things. It's a defense that was horrible, and it's an offense that was a run and shoot. Dan is not quite a run and shoot type player, coach. I mean, his quarterback also gone, Jeff George. Bobby Hebert may become a 49er. They're going to work him out next week. He's got to overhaul the whole football team. He has a big back in Jamal Anderson, and what else does he have?
Well, not a lot, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, he has no tight ends. He doesn't have a fullback. He's got to replace his wide receiving core because they're basically small guys that move around a lot. I think you can look at the Atlanta Falcons, go back a few years when the Houston Oilers wanted to convert away from the run and shoot. I think you're going to see that same type of a situation. It's going to take 3 years just to get the people you want. I wouldn't be surprised if they trade out of here for picks. I think they need a lot of different things on the offensive side of the football. You've got some wide receivers certainly that are available, but also, as Coach Parcells has wanted to do, he's looking for volume. I think Coach Reeves probably could look for the same type of thing. Dan's in charge down there now, so he'll go out and I think try and build the offensive side of the ball, but you can't argue. There's too many holes in Atlanta, Chris. They're going to have to fill them on both sides of the ball. No matter where they go, it's going to be a good pick for them.
I think one that Atlanta does have 2 twos in the first half of the second round, so they've got 3 of the top, 40 or 41 picks. Dan Reeves, as we go to Chris Myers in Dallas, may have some insight on where he's going here. And maybe this is a position where the Dallas Cowboys, could they engineer a trade with their former player and assistant coach Dan Reeves, they covet a tight end. Is that possibly what's going on, Chris?
Yes, Chris, that's something that Dan Reeves is thinking about and the Atlanta Falcons are dealing with, although there are some defensive players that have slid down a little bit that Atlanta could go with. But that is the biggest area, changing from that run-and-shoot offense to the conventional two-back offense. So Atlanta needs help at running back, different style of wide receiver, and, of course, a tight end. They did add one through free agency, but they're looking for a quality tight end. And the two lead tight ends, David LaFleur and Tony Gonzalez. LaFleur actually fits into what Dan Reeves is considering in his offense a little bit better, although Gonzalez, many feel, has the better downfield potential. So that's what the Falcons are considering. It's a little bit too early for Atlanta to go to quarterback right now. Right now, let's go to Miami and Chris Mortensen.
Well, Chris, I think the Falcons were looking at two defensive players in particular, Ferrier and Knight. They're gone. So they boxed themselves into picking probably offense again, and they need a tight end. Tony Gonzalez is the guy they're really looking at here, the Cal tight end. And believe it or not, they like Naioli a whole lot, even possibly here if everybody was gone. But I really think they look at Gonzalez or maybe even bail out. Chris?
All right, Mort, Chris and Chris, thank you very much. And well, here are two tight ends that are going to go in the first round. Gonzalez from Cal and LaFleur from LSU, the 6'7". You expect them to go in the next 10 picks, these two guys, Mel?
Well, I think they are. I think when you look at David LaFleur, 6'7", 280, outstanding blocker. Gonzalez is a tremendous athlete who's going to get better. Spent all that time on the hardwood. When he concentrates solely on football, you're looking at a better upside with Gonzalez, although right now LaFleur, outstanding inline blocker, really an extension of your offensive line. Really had no quarterback at LSU that could accurately get him the football, so he had to adjust to a lot of poorly thrown balls, and I thought did as good a job in that offense as anyone could have expected.
Well, I think Mel, in this particular spot, you look at one football team that wants to take it to the next level and needs one particular player. That's going to be Tony Gonzalez for the Kansas City Chiefs. I look at the Chiefs here. I know the Cowboys want him too, and I know San Francisco covets Gonzalez as well. But I think for the Kansas City Chiefs, you've added running backs in Hill. You've got yourself a good football team. You've added the quarterback now in Elvis Grbac, which has kept, I think, held them back a little bit. Now all of a sudden, they've never had anybody that can catch the football in the West Coast offense like Paul Hackett wants, the offensive coordinator. This kid here would fit the bill perfect. Plus, also, he comes out of Steve Mariucci's system, who is a West Coast type of guy. He's now the head coach in San Francisco. So everything that I see points for an opportunity for Kansas City, if they can make the deal, to add that one other element to the offense that can put it over the edge and match up with the defense that has done such a good job for him over the last couple of years.
Well, we've seen lots in the top. We've seen a couple of interesting picks, and as we wait for Atlanta, followed by Tampa Bay, Houston, and Cincinnati, let's go around to our reporters around the league, starting with the city where we all began today in St. Louis, the gateway to the West. Here's Mark Malone. Mark?
St. Louis set the pace for this year's NFL draft by drafting Orlando Pace, most dominating offensive lineman in recent memory. Dick Vermeil and his staff will now turn their attention to the defensive side of the ball, looking for a quality cover corner. Now let's go to Seattle and Hank Goldberg.
Where they're very happy, Mark, because they got the two guys they wanted. They got Sean Springs with the first pick, the cornerback, and then they traded up with actually Tampa Bay. The Jets were holding that pick and handed off to Tampa Bay, and then they wind up with Walter Jones, and that was their plan all along. They had some anxious moments. You see their VP, Randy Mueller, on the phone there. He's making a tea time because they don't pick again until the 5th round. To Sal Paolantonio with the Jets.
Bill Parcells took James Farrior, went defense in the first round, and he's still trying to stockpile picks. But look for him to hold on to the first pick in the second round and go defense again. Now let's go to Andrea Kramer in Tampa.
The Buccaneers started the day with 2 picks in the first round. They only had to drop down 4 spots, but they gained a 3rd rounder. So they'll be picking at 12, but they still could drop down a few spots before they choose again at 16. Could be talking about a wide receiver, Yatil Green or Ray Caruth. Right now, let's go to Linda Cohn in New Orleans.
Well, Saints coach Mike Ditka got what he wanted, a guy who has both strength and character in Chris Naioli, the offensive lineman, with their number 10 pick. Now he looks ahead to more offense. Next time he's on the board is at 33. Now let's get you to Miami and Chris Mortensen.
Well, for Jimmy Johnson, this is year 2 of a 3-year plan. He has 10 picks this weekend. He has 6 of the first 96, and I spoke to Ron Wolf, the Green Bay Packers general manager, a little while ago. He thinks from this point on, Jimmy Johnson controls this draft. Now let's go to the Dallas Cowboys with Chris Myers.
The Cowboys choosing 25th, their highest selection in 5 years. They're likely, though, to trade out of the first round into the second and save about $500,000. They have many needs this draft, like at linebacker, where Darren Smith has signed on with Philadelphia. Also, they might trade up if the quality wide receiver or tight end they covet is still around. We'll keep an eye on things in the war room with Jerry Jones. Right now, let's go to Green Bay and Gary Danielson.
For the Super Bowl champs, the word here is patience. Ron Wolf has scripted the first round, much like Mike Holmgren scripts the start of a new game. Let the draft come to the Packers and pick the best available player. Let's go back to New York and Chris.
All right, gang, thank you. We have gone about a third of the way through the first round. The clock is winding down on Atlanta. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, so their pick. We'll be back. NFL draft. The pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons, the first of the Dan Reeves era. Commissioner Paul Tagliabue.
With the 11th pick in the first round, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Booker, defensive back from Nebraska.
So another big, strong defensive back, and that's, well, they only had 6 interceptions last year in Atlanta, which, by the way, is the lowest in the history of the National Football League. So here's a guy that can make a pick. But let's first make a pick, not a draft selection, but a pick interception. Let's go while he gets congratulations here in New York to Linda Cohn in New Orleans. Linda.
Standing by with Coach Mike Ditka, and Mike has always said the secret of success is success in the trenches, and Chris Naoli is a guy who can make some room for you.
Well, Linda, he's a great football player in our mind, and I mean, there's a lot of great football players out there, and I understand what people are saying. You know, it's interesting if you say you got to go pick a skill position, and there are a lot of great football players out there. I know that. We felt right now that, you know, to throw the ball and run the ball a little better, we got to get a little better up front on both sides of the ball, and I think Chris is going to come in there and help us in that area. He's a great character. He's my kind of football player, first of all. He's a tough guy, and I think he's one guy that might be able to holler at and he wouldn't get his feelings hurt too bad.
That's the key, especially one of your players. What about the offers that could be there, were there for you? How many were you debating over?
There were a couple offers, but I mean, realistically, for us to drop as far as we had to, it wouldn't have made any sense for us. We could have picked up a couple more drafts, but it wasn't really in our best interest. We have 2 high picks in the second round. We hope to put them to good use, and I think if the draft falls the way we hope it does, I think we'll come out in good shape.
Back to Naoli, do you think you can insert him right away as a starter?
Well, you know, we got a lot of good football players on this team, and I want to see what Ed King and Don Willis and some other people can do. But yes, we think that he's going to be a starter for us. I wouldn't have picked him at 10 guard if I didn't think he could start for us.
Okay, your next pick is number 33, and a lot of needs still out there, especially in the skilled positions that Coach Ditka has mentioned in wide receiver and in running back. Let's get you back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Linda and Coach, welcome back. That's all we can say. We'll be intrigued to watch you on the sidelines with the New Orleans Saints. Well, cornerbacks, we talked about at the beginning when 2 of the top 5 went. We said, boy, they're only, I told you, 16 corners in the 30 previous years of the draft that went in the top 10. 3 in the top 10 today. Springs, Westbrook, Knight, and now Michael Booker, who at 6'1" is a big corner, Mel.
He's a big corner. He's got tremendous athletic ability. Technically needs to improve a little bit, but you can't teach the kind of size, speed, and jumping ability that Michael Booker has. He's going to get better with pro coaching. You know, pretty good tackler. Guy that will come up and support. Of course, he has that strong 205-pound frame. You see him in coverage. He makes some plays at Nebraska. Technically needs some work. There's no question that pro coaching will enhance his ability. This was the big game for him. The Florida game when Nebraska won the national title, had a big interception here, had a couple pass breakups. In fact, set a Fiesta Bowl record, I think 4 pass breakups in that game. He's the kind of guy who's going to get better and better. Good physical ability. Still, though, just a little early for these corners. I mean, everybody's forcing these corners up when you have so much depth. Obviously, these teams felt like they were better, significantly better than the other guys, but I still think it's a little early even for Michael Booker.
You know, Joe, as we just look for a minute at Michael Booker, let's not forget what an exciting day it is for all these young men. They're here in New York, first-round pick. They put on the hat. They're excited, and we feel their excitement, too. And I'll tell you, Dan Reeves is excited because
he needs them.
They need a little pass.
Absolutely. I mean, inept is probably the best way you can describe this. There's the dubious distinction of the Atlanta Falcons pass defense. 190 TD passes allowed in the 90s. 4,500 plus yards in 95, most in NFL history. Only 6 interceptions last year, the fewest in NFL history in 16 games. We talked about it before. They have a conversion problem on offense because they're going to go from the run and shoot over to a more conventional style of offense. But the big need is on defense, and I think it's a good way to stop. When you only get 6 interceptions, you certainly need help there. I still believe, even though I'm a quarterback and have been and have that philosophy and mentality, you win games by stopping people from running the football and throwing the football down the field. You can't outscore them, but you can stop them from scoring, basically. And I think it's a good pick.
Well, Booker now with the commissioner right there and all smiles around. But let's head up to our Bristol studios with Chris Fowler and Coach Gottfried and Ron Jaworski. And here, Big 8, DB. Hi, surprised?
A little bit, but here's a guy, Michael Booker, who Mel alluded to that Fiesta Bowl national championship win for Nebraska. Basically was a nickelback in that game, ended up being the defensive MVP. Had a fairly quiet senior season unless you were a fan of Big 12 football or a receiver. You talk to receivers like Ray Caruth, the guy we expect to go in the first round. He says Booker is the best corner he ever played against. And he played against Chris Canty and Bryant Westbrook in that conference. But he said the strength of Michael Booker, the ability to lock up a receiver on the line of scrimmage, you just couldn't get away. You couldn't separate from him. Mike, I guess that's what Atlanta likes about him, as he goes from the black shirt defense of Nebraska to the black jerseys of the Falcons.
Yeah, Chris, no question when you look at the numbers on the Atlanta Falcons defensively, they were horrible. I mean, Dan Reeves had to make a decision. You go defensive line, linebacker, secondary. He decided to go secondary with his 4-3 defense because he's going to face the likes on the receiver sides of a Jerry Rice or an Isaac Bruce at this position. So he comes in with a Michael Booker here, and as we see, he's a big, tall, strong guy. Can get in the bump and run position right here, up in the corner, jam at the face, and not let him release off the ball. And I think that's critical when you want to start your defense, is not to let the receiver off the ball. If that happens, now you get the rush from the outside from your backers or a good push up the middle from your tackles. I think Michael Booker is a good choice by the Falcons and Dan Reeves.
Mike Gottfried, last year we had our first defensive back chosen at number 11 when the Saints took Alex Molden. Now in the top 11 picks, 4 corners already. What's the impact on the rest of the first round?
Well, everybody's trying to stop those good receivers, and when you look at all these corners going, it's going to move a kid up named Chad Scott from Maryland because he loves to play bump and run. He's a good zone guy, and I think his stock will rise now because all these corners gone.
He's been overshadowed in that Nebraska defense with Wistrom and Tomich and Terrell Farley. But on this day, it's the reshuffling of the pecking order, and Michael Booker is the big defensive star for Nebraska. Now that oft-traded 12th pick up next back to New York.
All right, Chris and gang, thank you very much. Let's go up to our practice field, if you will, and then go over to Sterling Sharp. A big corner, Michael Booker, at 6'1". Poses different problems, obviously, than some others would.
Well, I tell you what, Chris, the one thing that Booker brings to, if you watching tape on him, is he baits a lot of quarterbacks into throwing the ball at him. And the one thing being a big corner in Atlanta, that was 190 touchdown passes was in 112 games. He's got great form. He uses his feet very well. He stutters. He baits quarterbacks into throwing the ball. See the little stutter step and hesitation right there to make the guy look like he's open. And I think that's one of the things he is not going to have to worry about in the NFL, because playing for the Falcons with the one thing that's going to happen with Ray Buchanan on the other side, he's going to get an opportunity to have balls thrown at him. But the key with Michael Booker is his feet. Because what he does is, and even if you saw him in the zone coverage, he uses his feet very well to stutter step and lull quarterbacks to sleep. He's also very strong upper body to jam the Isaac Bruces and the Jerry Rices, get his hands on them and be able to molest them a little bit so he can keep them from getting open down the field. 190 touchdown passes in 112 games from Atlanta, Boomer. I think this is a great pick for the Falcons.
I think Sterling just had the most fun that he ever had on a gridiron. There's no question about that. Tom, defend yourself. Well, the times, they are a-changing in Tampa Bay. They have their 2 first-round selections they're on the clock right now. 7 minutes plus to go. And my God, they've gotten rid of those orange unis, which we've grown to love over the years. Here's the new Buccaneer helmet. My goodness. Here's a look inside the Tampa Bay Buccaneers war room with the skull and crossbones going there. The new look of the Bucs, Tony Dungy in there trying to change things around. Let's go to Andrea Kramer. Andrea, what do they got in their minds? Offense.
You're right, Chris. No question about that. Tony Dungy told me this morning, we need weapons. We need to score points. No question about that. They are the worst ranked. They were the lowest scoring offense in the league last year. A lot of talk I just mentioned about the wide receivers, Yatil Green and Ray Caruth, but there was some question about which one they would prefer. I think, though, that they won't be surprised because it was on many people's boards. Warwick Dunn, the running back, I think they could go for him. And what they would have would be a changeup. They have been a team that runs inside the tackle. Certainly Dunn is a totally different threat than that. A little bit of concern about his size, but he has been productive, and that's been the main concern for them. I don't think they wanted to look at potential as much as production, so I think it could be Warrick Dunn here for the Buccaneers at 12, finally making their pick. Chris Berman, back to you in New York.
Well, certainly, Andrea, that would be an intriguing pick if they took Warrick Dunn without any other running backs gone. A lot of question. He's a great player, but could he be on the field all the time? Well, with 2 picks in the first round, maybe you could take a couple of different guys that could stretch the field. And you heard Mel, as Andrea mentioned, only 221 points scored last year for Tampa Bay. They've got to move the ball. They kind of like the way their quarterback, Trent Dilfer, came on the second half of the year. Is it receiver? And who would it be? If this, the burner Caruth or the bigger guy 6'2"?
Well, they also have
Green?
the 16th pick, Chris. They have to come away with a wide receiver with one of these 2 picks. They need to give Dilfer some more weapons. You have Copeland coming off an injury. You have Teal Green, 6'2½", 210 pounds with great speed. You don't see physical ability in a wide receiver that often like the Teal Greens. Ray Caruth is a burner. Those 2 kids figure to go right in this general area. And like I said, I can't emphasize enough, Trent Dilfer, to continue his development, needs players like Teal Green.
I think the other thing you have to take a look at is familiarity also is a very good thing to have. For example, Charlie Williams, who was the wide receiver coach at the University of Miami, is now on Tony Dungy's staff. So you've got a wide receiver coach who knows Teal Green as the individual that I think would be a very good pick for them. You need the guys who have the ability to get down the field. Their wide receivers, Rob Thomas, for example. You've got Alvin Harper is another one. Carl Williams. You've got Marvin Marshall, Courtney Hawkins, Horace Copeland. When you look at that wide receiver core, you know that they need somebody who can get down the field in a hurry. Alvin Harper basically has been a big bust, and I'd be shocked if he's back in Tampa. He might move on someplace else. Could obviously maybe even wind back up with the Dallas Cowboys as a possibility, but he's not going to be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. I think a wide receiver would be a good choice. Although, Chris, you did mention Warrick Dunn. The question on this kid is, can he block, if need be, the big guys on first and second down? I think he can. I think this kid can be a 3-down back. I compare him a lot to Napoleon Kaufman with the Oakland Raiders.
He's not quite as big as Kaufman,
but I still think he has that ability.
Well, that's one name we could hear. Running back, we mentioned 12 and 16. Maybe, Mel, we can look at the running backs.
Well, I think we
haven't had one yet.
Well, Chris, I think we have to see with Tampa Bay about Eric Rhett. He's coming up last year of his contract. They want to restructure things. Eric Rhett's there. Warrick Dunn blends in very well. You can get him and flank him out as a wide receiver. He's got tremendous hands. Corey Dillon's a 222-pounder, real strong kid. Antoine Smith, we know about his productivity this year at Houston. Warrick Dunn's really a wild card because he does so many things well. Hands sparred to over 2,000 yards this past year. And Cedric Shaw, I think, is very comparable to a Curtis Martin. You see a lot of those spin moves, very creative runner, and I think Cedric Shaw is going to be a good second or third round pick for somebody.
I got to think if they look size, and I don't know that, Green and Smith. Green, the wide receiver, Smith, the running back, would be their picks. And, well, we'll know in a second. Antoine Smith, the only question about him is he's, 24, 25 years of age already. Is that a question right now? It'd be a question 4 or 5 years from now when he'll already be 30-year-old running back. But he is one great physical specimen at running back. And I got to think Tampa Bay comes away with him in one of these 2 picks. Here's their first pick, 12th pick overall. Let's go to the commissioner. Hey, Tampa Bay, the Bucs are going to shine. Turning things around with Tony Dungy. They're on their way, I believe.
With the 12th pick in the first round, Tampa Bay selects Warrick Dunn, running back, Florida State.
Well, Joe, they obviously feel
the
he's
Houston Oilers are now on the clock.
Well, I think Andrea put it very well, Chris. What you're looking at, you look at potential in some people. You got potential in Teal Green and a little bit of production. He's been nicked a lot, hasn't played a lot of football at the college level. But when Warrick Dunn, Bobby Bowden took this young man under his wing, who had a very difficult time losing his mom, who was a police officer. And really, this kid has seen hard times, hard-working, wonderful young man, a perfect kind of a character individual for Tony Dungy, but also a terrific opportunity for somebody to get the football to for Trent Dilfer. And that's what Tony wants to do. He wants to surround his quarterback with people who can make plays.
Is this not a questionable, but because let's face it, Warrick Dunn's one of our favorite players in the draft. There's no question about that. There are little guys that can block. Emmitt Smith's a little bit bigger than Warrick Dunn. He's an excellent blocker. Walter Payton could block. He's smaller than that, but do you have questions there?
No, I think this is a great pick for Tampa Bay. They need weapons. They need all-purpose creativity, and I think you're talking about a guy who can catch the ball like a wide receiver, Chris, down the field. What he's not is a return man. He only had 4 kickoff returns as a true freshman, nothing the rest of his career. And he can expand his game a little bit and be a return man. He can add to his value a little bit. Having Rhett, having Allstott, now you can feature in a guy who you can flank out. You give defensive coordinators a headache trying to prepare for this offense, especially knowing that you'll have to have the 16th pick coming up.
I think, Joe, a word you mentioned is production. 38 touchdowns in a college career for a diminutive back. 7.5 yards a carry as a year ago, 1995. I would say that's production. Let's go up to Chris Fowler and company.
Thank you. I'm with Mike Godfrey. We've seen Warwick Dunn a lot over the last 4 years. Bobby Bowden called him the favorite player he's ever coached. A quiet guy, but a guy who could be a leader in the huddle when it was required, when the chips were down, and also a guy who saved his best games for the big games. He got more carries, he got more catches against the Floridas and the Miamis, Mike.
Well, your team's better because of his hands with Warwick Dunn. He has great quickness here in the shotgun and acceleration when he gets the ball. See him accelerate into the secondary and run away from people, and he has a toughness, and he has a feel of defenders. Pass blocking's not a problem. Barry Sanders is only 5'8", 200 pounds. Here's a good block. He takes a lot of pride in his pass blocking. Here's the hidden value. A running back that can go downfield and make catches downfield. He has soft hands, Chris. I think this is a great football player that I've followed for the years here at ESPN, and I think it's a great choice by Tampa Bay.
You made the comparison to Barry Sanders, but he was a lot heavier, let's be fair, than Warwick Dunn is coming out of college at less than 180 pounds. But you say an every down back, he can block the pass rush if he has to?
He's an every down back, and let's go back to the Super Bowl when Desmond Howard was the most valuable player in the Super Bowl returning kicks. Warwick Dunn can return kicks for you also. You got a package here. This Tampa Bay is going to be very happy with him.
We'll see if Tony Dungy is happy. He's with Andrea Kramer down at the Buccaneer headquarters. Andrea?
That's right, Chris. It's the main guy that we care matters if he likes Warwick Dunn, and no question, he is a Dungy guy. Why Warwick Dunn?
Well, as you mentioned, we need points, and this guy probably can put points on the board as well as anybody we felt in the draft, and we're excited about the different ways we'll be able to use him, get him the ball, and give our offense some big plays.
What are the different ways you can use him? Because one would think it might be just as a third down back.
Well, I don't think so. I think he has the ability to return kicks and get the ball that way. He can also play some on first down when you want to throw the ball, and we don't preclude him running the ball on first down. He's a tough guy.
Boy, last year you drafted Mike Allstott, and I said, was that a message to Eric Rhett? Now you're drafting Warwick Dunn. Is this a message to Eric Rhett, who, once again, wants to redo his contract?
No, it's not a message to Eric at all. We're happy with him, and he's been here working out. We got Warwick for his ability to put the ball in the end zone, and that's what we feel good about.
Is the size a concern?
Not really. You obviously like bigger guys, but he's been tough. He's run the ball against great competition, and he's had his best games in the big games, and that's what you like.
So if you stay at 16, and actually, have you had some calls about the 16th pick?
We really have. We've had quite a few people calling about that pick. We're not sure what we're going to do, but we are entertaining calls right now.
And if he stays at 16, I think they could look for more points to be scored, more offensive weapons. Right now, let's go to Chris Fowler in the studio.
Andrea, a couple of wide receivers watching this draft, Utiel Green and Ray Caruth. Tampa certainly had been interested in both of them in conversations. Those guys sweating because they've slid a little bit. Will they go at number 16? 12 picks down, 228 to go. Not all of them today, but the Houston Oilers are up next as we continue our draft coverage right after this.
Houston Oilers, love you blue on the clock, and a historic game on the Padres home game. They play a game there today, then 2 tomorrow. That's the first of a double dip on Sunday, 8 Eastern, 5 on the West Coast, 2 local time in Hawaii. So it's Luau Sunday for us here on Sunday Night Baseball. Well, just talking about Hawaii makes me happy.
I know. You get a gleam about it.
It's just, I have to go back and see my constituency. Speaking of constituency, Houston Oilers on the clock. Houston or Memphis or Nashville, the Tennessee Tuxedos? We're going to ask the commissioner about that later. What do you think? And what a job Jeff Fisher did in kind of absentee coaching last year.
I think Jeff Fisher, you talk about a coaching job, just keeping your football team focused when nobody shows up in the football stadium where you're playing. You don't know what to call home. You don't know whether you have to ship something. There's so much uncertainty that goes into that part of the game. Jeff did a great job of having his football team focus on what happened on the field. Chris Chandler is gone. The Houston Oilers now belong to Steve McNair. And when you take a look at his numbers, the thing that I'm most impressed with are two elements of this statistic. First of all, his 58% completion ratio. I think Jerry Rome, the offensive coach there and coordinator, and quarterback coach, did a terrific job with him, teaching him where to go with the football. He posted some good numbers because he also had Eddie George for help. But his touchdown to interception ratio was 7 touchdowns to only 2 interceptions. Now, if you're going to add to this, Les Steckel takes over as the offensive coordinator. What you want to do in addition to that offense, because you've got Chris Sanders, you've got some other people there that you need to get the ball to, you go out and get yourself a wide receiver. I think a Yatil Green right here for the Houston Oilers makes an awful lot of sense because it does give Steve McNair a weapon. The Oilers have simply said, we want to make him more active. We want to move him around a little bit more. We'd like to take more of his natural athletic ability into effect, and I think they can do that.
Well, Chris Chandler, who started most of the games last year till McNair took over, is gone. McNair, the starter. Dave Craig, by the way. Dave Craig is the backup in Houston, and certainly is an able backup for Steve McNair. We spoke with Oilers general manager Floyd Reese about Air McNair.
We knew it was only going to be a matter of time. Steve has come along very, very well. He's already gotten a lot of time with Les Steckel, who's going to be our new offensive coordinator and quarterback coach. They feel very good about each other. It was one of those, it came a point in time. You know, now's the time to do it. Everything seemed to fit. Chris had some value. There was a shortage on the market. We saw a chance to pick up a couple of draft choices, and so we went ahead and did it.
Well, that's the Chris Chandler move. And you know, one thing we were talking about, via Dave Craig, and we love David, in his 85th season in the NFL, he's now going to back up in Houston. Randall Cunningham is a backup in Minnesota. Warren Moon is a backup with now the Seattle Seahawks. Boomer Esiason in Cincinnati.
Right.
Like these moves?
I love these moves. I think that what coaches realize is if you get a starter hurt, for example, and you're faced with a 3-game situation where you have to play somebody, you want somebody who can go in and win football games for you, not be a stopgap. And that's exactly what they've done, Chris. They've gotten people who can go out and win games for them. Good veterans, good moves by the coaches.
And of course, David Craig has outlasted his college now by how many years? Milton College gone,
5
and
or
then
6,
David is still chugging along. Well, it's still chugging along in Dallas. Is our Chris Myers. They getting antsy down there yet, Chris?
Well, they're working the war room in Dallas, closer in Texas. In Houston, Chris, we're keeping an eye on what the Oilers are doing. The reason they're using up so much of the clock is they were very disappointed when Michael Booker was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons. That's the corner they wanted. Also, Tom Knight. They thought that either one of them would be there at 13. They're both gone. They want a corner. They have only 2 legitimate cornerbacks on their roster. As you see, the corners that have been chosen, the run on the corners in this first round, they don't believe there is a corner value at 13, so they're trying to trade out of that position and still pick up a corner, or they could possibly go Ray Caruth, wide receiver, or Rudd at linebacker. That is the debate at this point. We'll keep an eye on things in Dallas. Now for more on Houston, let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
Chris, so the Oilers have to reshuffle. It's their job. That's what they do. Oilers. Receiver, I mean, they get value, Mel.
Well, they do with Yatil Green or Ray Caruth. And I think the interesting thing here is the talk's got to be Tony Gonzalez. Does Kansas City still get him, Joe, at 18, or does somebody trade ahead of Kansas City? He slid down just a little bit. But certainly Chris Sanders, the wide receiver, opposite Sanders, you had Willie Davis. He struggled a little bit with consistency. I think a wide receiver for McNair to work in with Sanders, I think, would be a plus. Dwayne Rudd, a linebacker's dropped down a little bit because I think people really don't know how to fit him into their scheme. And, of course, Houston did sign Lonnie Martz in free agency.
We are now looking at 2 hours into the draft. We've had 12 picks, which, by the way, is pretty quick. Pretty quick for the upper part here of the first round. We are in the theater in New York for the 62nd annual NFL selection meeting. And as Chris Myers was just mentioning, it appears that the Oilers have made a trade with the number 13 slot. So here's the trade card, here's Kansas City, and we know what that means.
With the 13th selection in the first round, Houston has traded its pick to Kansas City. The Kansas City Chiefs have selected Tony Gonzalez, tight end, University of California. We'll announce the details of the trade in a minute.
So,
Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock.
All right, we will get to Tony Gonzalez's pick, and Kansas City kind of telegraphed it and said that that's what they would do. And they did it. They went up and they got their tight end, Tony Gonzalez, one of maybe 3 California players in the first round, at least 2 that could be chosen. But we're going to a little bit of new technology here with our draft coverage. 18 years, you got to improve on something. Now with our Sprint video conferencing, we welcome in Joe Bugle, the Raiders. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Boomer. How are you?
All right. There was all sorts of talk that you guys were wheeling, dealing, etc. But you happy with where you ended up?
Oh, extremely happy. And we listen to everybody, you know. I mean, we gather a lot of information, but we're very, very pleased with our pick. And, you know, in Raider philosophy, you dominate. You dominate on defense. That's the most critical thing. And we felt we got a dominating player in Darrell Russell.
Well, did Darrell Russell, now do you put him outside? I mean, is Chester McLaughlin still a factor? Obviously, he's a factor. I mean, you line them all up on the defensive line. Can Russell go either in or out, Joe?
Yeah, Russell in college played both defensive tackle and defensive end, Boomer, and he's a highly impact football player, and we certainly felt that he was the best football player in the draft. And we put ourselves in a great position at the number 2 pick, and we certainly feel very, very proud that we had a chance to pick Darrell.
You got Jeff George playing quarterback for you this year. He's had mixed success where he's been. Why will he be different as a Raider for you?
Environment, Boomer, the environment. You know, you put a young man, a great football player in a Raider environment, they have a tendency to do a real good job. So, yeah, we certainly have high expectations of Jeff George. In fact, we already went through our first draft with Terry McDaniel, Jeff George, and Desmond Howard.
Do you think that there's always pressure on being a head coach? You've been it before with Arizona, you know about it. With the Raiders kind of disappointing, and you were there, you know, when they kind of didn't add up the last couple of years. You feel a lot of pressure. I know not necessarily today, and as your second time around as head coach, how will you change this time?
Well, to answer your first question, Boomer, yeah, we were very disappointed the past 2 years. That was a real setback for the Raiders. I feel I have the best football job in the National Football League, being the head football coach of the Raiders. Al Davis and our organization go out and get you the best football players so you have a chance to win. And our whole philosophy here is to win championships. And great players and great teams just don't win, they punish. And we got punishing football players, and we added a few more to our litter.
Well, you punished them when you coached the Hogs in Washington, and you helped Joe become a great player. Obviously, even Joe sitting here will agree with that.
I give Buggs all the credit.
Right? And
hey, Boomer, ask Joey T about 1983, about great defenses. You know what I mean? Walking off the field, I think I walked off the field with Joey T and John Riggins, and they both looked at me and said, maybe it's time to retire. Because that crushing Raider defense.
Only one of us did.
Well, you're still punishing now. I know that punishing tone is still there. Good. Thanks a lot, Joe. We'll talk to you later.
Great, Boomer. Thank you.
Always a pleasure visiting with you. Here's the pick. Let's go up to the commissioner.
With the 14th pick in the first round, Cincinnati Bengals select Raynard Wilson, linebacker from Florida State. The Miami Dolphins are now on the clock.
Wow, the Cincinnati Bengals. Now this, as far as sheer player, as far as a guy whose motor runs every play, some people, Mel and Joe, describe Raynard Wilson to me and some of my bird dogs as one of as maybe the hardest play-for-play player in the draft. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think when you look at his motor, and I think Bill Parcells raved about Raynard Wilson, the kind of effort he gives you. Cincinnati with Dick LeBeau, they're going to be 3-4. How are they going to work Raynard Wilson into that mix? That's going to be the question here. Certainly a guy that played opposite Bull Ware and did a good job.
I also think that you have to take a look at the great job that Bruce Coslett did with this football team. They were 7-2 through the latter part of the 9 games of last season. He really turned the corner for this football team. And I felt like Dave Shula really had it started in the right direction, and Bruce Coslett took it on. Now I think they're just going to build on. Like, again, you've got Jeff Blake and Boomer Esiason at the quarterback position. They know how good they are on offense. Defensively, they feel like with Big Daddy, now another defensive end, you're just starting to add that youth and that speed to a defense that can really make some plays for you.
Well, here's a guy whose motor runs Wilson all the time. Let's go back to what the move the Kansas City Chiefs just made. Joe Bugle's team, the Raiders last year, traded up in the first round to get a tight end. Ricky Dudley needs to hold on to the ball a little bit better, but he's a great athlete. Speaking of great athlete, we go up to Chris Fowler and company. Tony Gonzalez, basketball player for Cal, football player for Cal. We really don't know how great a receiver he could be. I mean, he's maybe more athletic than even a Keith Jackson was coming out of college, and we know he's been a great productive tight end over the years.
I know you mean Gonzalez, the great athlete, not anybody on our panel right
Wait
here.
a minute, I resemble that.
Guys, you were used to having players stock rise in March, but that's at the individual workouts with the NFL teams. It's not stock rising on the basketball court during the NCAA tournament, but that's what happened with Gonzalez. Here's a guy who came in, showed that he could play basketball, not as a football player, but as an agile two-sport athlete. Mike, let's start first on the football field, what he did for Steve Mariucci.
Well, Chris, he's a fast and athletic tight end, and you watch his speed and athleticism as he gets down the field, makes the catch, and then avoids the tackle, and then picks up yardage. You see the athletic ability of Tony Gonzalez. Basketball player, Marty Schottenheimer went to the Cal-Stanford game, was sitting in the stands, watched him play. You see his quickness, he changed of direction, his body position. You see a lot of things in the basketball game. As far as a tight end, you want somebody who can release and get up the field and run the corner routes deep down the field and then beat two deep coverage down the middle. And he's played in the West Coast offense, so he's ahead in that part of the game, and he's a good pick.
You saw Ricky Dudley, of course, the tight end drafted a couple of years ago out of Ohio State. He also played basketball. Gonzalez, though, much more of a two-sport athlete, a much better basketball player than Dudley was. Now, Jaws, I know Schottenheimer's not concerned with that touch on the baseline jumper or the rebounding ability. How will he use Gonzalez to make his offense?
Well, Marty probably has a good offseason program where they play basketball games, so they could probably use him in that regard also. But I spoke to Carl Peterson on Thursday, and he really wanted a tight end, and Tony Gonzalez was the guy that they really targeted. And what not only does he really give you the ability to block, he's a fine blocker, but what really helps the West Coast offense is getting the football down the field. And when you look at the set right here, this will be Tony Gonzalez right here in a tight end situation, nickel passing. And what we're seeing predominant now in the NFL is a man under. All these people are man-to-man with everybody. As you can see, they're all single up, and they split the safeties to cover these areas of the field. And that leaves the middle of the field wide open. Tony Gonzalez has the ability to beat a linebacker all day long and hit this area of the field. This coverage can be beaten. It's a predominant coverage. If you have a tight end like Tony Gonzalez, you can light up the scoreboard with points.
Let's face it, other teams have tried to draft tight ends high. Ricky Dudley, obviously the jury out. Derek Brown, Johnny Mitchell have not been successes, but you think Gonzalez will be?
Oh, absolutely. And Elvis Gervach, who worked with Brent Jones in Kansas City, not in Kansas City, but in San Francisco, is going to love a guy like this. He's a go-to receiver that can get you big yards after the catch.
But after Gonzalez was taken, Raynard Wilson went to Cincinnati. He's part of, I think, Mike, the most dominating pair of bookend pass rushers that I've ever seen in college football, along with Peter Boulware, who went 10 spots higher than Wilson. But you actually like Raynard better, the guy they call Big Country.
And don't forget Andre Wadsworth. He's coming back to Florida State. But I like Raynard Wilson just a little better than Peter Boulware because he's stronger. He's a leveraged player. He has great strength in his hands. He'll maul you. He's a 500-pound bench presser, and he plays the run real well.
And he is a tough, ornery guy. There are a lot of stories. He wrestled an alligator out of a pond behind his mom's house when she was eating the fish in that pond. He's grabbed possums and scared teammates on the Florida State campus. Raynard Wilson, he has earned the name Big Country. He is a big, strong guy. Back to our big guy in New York, Chris Berman.
I don't know if I've wrestled with alligators yet, though, or snatching possums, but Houston and Kansas City played a little possum, and let's clean up that trade for you. So, for Kansas City moving up 5 spots to get the selection, allow them to pick Tony Gonzalez. The Oilers get a 3 and a 6 out of the deal, and the two teams swap 4 with the Chiefs moving up a tad. But the Oilers get a couple of picks to drop down 5 spots. Now, Cincinnati Bengals, Tom, your hometown. Raynard Wilson, tough player, wrestling with alligators for the Bengals. Is it perfect or what?
For a guy like this, he's a dominant defensive end who you can use as a linebacker type. I think the thing that you notice when you watched Boulware and Wilson is that even though Boulware ran about 0.2 of a second faster, oftentimes they would get it to the point of attack or get to the quarterback at the exact same time. You're talking about a guy who has a little bit longer arms, a guy who gets great leverage at the point of attack. As we take a look at him, he's also a very smart player. You watch him, this is another guy who has excellent technique. He won't get too far upfield where he runs himself out of plays. You'll see him fall back inside, be able to make plays downfield for you. He can also double as a speed rusher because he's quicker than he is faster, but you see his strength right there. The thing that makes him a great player, and coaches always talk about the ability to force a turnover. What makes this guy be able to force a turnover is that when he aims for his spot, when he wants to hit you, he gets his butt up under him, and he aims for a spot behind the guy he's going to tackle. So this is a guy who, for Cincinnati, is going to create a lot of turnovers.
Tommy, I can't believe he didn't take that opportunity to return the favor to Sterling and just slug him there. I don't get it. I guess you guys have been teammates too long, right? Well, Jimmy Johnson on the clock with the Miami Dolphins. We'll take a look at the war room right now, and we've gotten accustomed to this scene as certainly when Jimmy's years, his Super Bowl years with the Dallas Cowboys. And now we brought War Room Cam along with Jimmy and his tropical fish down to the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins were an 8-8 squad last year. His first draft a couple years ago, well, not his first draft, but from 2 years ago, the 95 draft, there are just, one player left from that draft? So he has really changed things over and looks to do a lot of the same, Mel, because as Chris Mortensen mentioned, when we come to the third round, the Dolphins, don't forget, will have 4 picks.
They will, and I think when you look at the best available players right now, you're going to see a lot of quality still on the board. It's good for Miami, good for Tampa Bay, good for Washington, good for Houston. All those teams are positioned to get quality football players. When you look at the best available players, Yatil Green, Jim Druckenmiller. Does he go here? Does he go to the 49ers? Caruth, the speed receiver, Rudd, an outstanding all-around linebacker, Corey Dillon, the power runner, and of course Jamie Sharper, a true outside backer. When you look at the rest of the players, Antoine Smith, we know about his capabilities, LaFleur, Wiley, Tarek Glenn, that bookend left tackle is going to get better, only 20 years of age. Damon Denson, an outstanding pure guard, a former defensive tackle. I think you're looking at a lot of quality, and those teams that move down and those teams still waiting, like the Washington Redskins particularly, are going to see a lot of good defensive players still there.
Well, certainly Jimmy Johnson worked the draft, and that's why the Dallas Cowboys won the 3 Super Bowls, 2 with Jimmy there, and of course the one with Switzer. He's working the draft now with the Dolphins. Working for us down in Miami is Chris Mortensen, and I guess Jimmy really had about 3 or 4 or 5 ways he could go, but several of the players that he was looking at are already gone, right, Morton?
Well, no, I think he had 3 or 4 that were still there. I think Renard Wilson certainly would have been a guy he would have considered, but to me, Jimmy always looks for value here, and he could trade out. He's been on the phone, but there's a playmaker on the board, and he was the top of Mel's list there. Yatil Green, University of Miami. Some think he could be another Michael Irvin, and Jimmy knows what type of success he's had there, but certainly Jimmy, I think, is going to be pleased because he felt this draft was going to fall his way at this 15 spot. Chris?
Well, I find it interesting. They're looking at the map there. I don't know if they're going to look for a player in Utah or that was Arizona, New Mexico. I don't know. Maybe that's a clue. We're looking for clues at this point.
Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to figure out where they're going to ship somebody.
Right.
I mean, when you look at Jimmy, and it was mentioned earlier, Jimmy likes to control the draft. He controls it with picks. And what he's doing is he's built the Miami Dolphins basically with 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks. The first round to him is not necessarily one where he can get quote-unquote value. He may get a good player, but he needs somebody to come in and play for him. He's made it clear to a lot of people, you come in, you work hard for me, you're going to play. We saw it with Zach Thomas last year. You don't have to be drafted high. All you have to do is show me you can get the job done. Again, this is sort of one of those situations where you hear the name Yatil Green again. Down in Miami, it works for him if it's a possibility.
Well, Jimmy on the phone. You saw Bob Ackles in the shot a moment ago. The Dolphins have about 5 minutes to make their pick. We'll be back. In New York, the Dolphins have made their selection.
Could be dinner.
Well, we're going to give the commissioner another shot at it because it's certainly not his fault. We have what we call technical difficulties. We have our best men on it.
Change. All I have to do is change.
This is why we have backup mics.
Who do you think it's going to be, Chris?
This is why you need good backups for the entire season.
I told you that. That's why I talked about those veterans.
And maybe they're already negotiating the deal. Bob Ackles, Jimmy Johnson on the phone. It's very exciting. It's the most exciting microphone change that we've ever had here at the draft.
The 15th pick in the first round, Miami Dolphins select Yatil Green, wide receiver from University of Miami.
Well, they don't have to pay moving expenses. That's one thing they don't have to do.
We're looking at the map.
Tampa Bay is now...
Right, in California, they plane fare too much. Let's go home.
Let's go home.
Well, you look at a big receiver, Chris. I thought it was the best value on the board. 6'2.5", 210 pounds. He had some injury problems, but when this kid was healthy, 15.9-yard average. He showed that he's a true speed receiver at the combine when he ran that 4.38. Watch him blow past this defensive back who has good size and then compete for the football. A mid-first rounder was that speed. Here he is against Kevin Abrams, a little corner from Syracuse. Watch him in traffic between Darius, the safety, and Abrams. Here against Virginia, pulls in the long touchdown reception. When he was healthy, as I said, Joe, he was a playmaker. There's very few wide receivers, 6'2.5", 210 pounds, that run like Yatil Green and jump like Yatil Green. They also come out of a pro offense like Miami that are still there at this stage of the first round.
Well, Yatil Green played 5 games in '96 against ranked teams. We go up to Chris Fowler. And in that, he averaged 115 yards a game and almost 20 yards a catch against ranked teams. So maybe he's not a touchdown maker, but he is tough down the middle and obviously a big specimen, a la a guy that Jimmy once had, Michael Irvin. Chris?
Well, you're right, Boomer, but I don't think, Mike, he ever made the kind of plays or the number of plays at Miami that it was expected of him when he came in. I mean, Yatil Green did not live up to many people's expectations down in Dade County at the Orange Bowl. Now we get the chance to go out to Broward County and play at Pro Players Park. But, Mike, to be fair, he did have some problems with the hammies at Miami. Always had a hamstring problem. Said he was tough enough to play through it. When he was healthy, what did you see that you like about him?
Well, he fits the NFL profile. You know, you're looking for a 6'2.5", 200-pound receiver to work against corners, smaller corners, and he's a big play type receiver. But you hit a big point there. He played 14 of 24 games for Butch Davis. He's had hamstring problems, he's had groin problems, and he doesn't do him any good if he's not on the field.
It goes back to that age-old debate of productivity as a college player versus potential based on workout, and Green clearly has been that latter kind of a guy as opposed to many receivers who caught a lot more balls. Now let's go back down to New York.
All right, Chris and Coach, you're right. I mean, his numbers were good, but production, you'd like to see him get a little bit more in the end zone. Let's go up to Sterling Sharp, and Sterling, big receiver, which means that he should be able to beat the small DBs into the end zone. And what are your thoughts on Yatil Green? Do you think he's waiting to come out of it here in the pros?
Well, Chris, what I think is what he's going to have to do is he's going to be like Keyshawn and learn how to play low. I mean, you look at the guy in college, the one thing that leaped out at me, if I can go to the video, the one thing that leaped out at me was this. He has desire and wants you to make big plays, and he wants to make every catch. You see right here, the safety's going to come in the picture. This is just want to. He wants to make this catch. He wants to make this big play. He's not going to get an opportunity in the NFL to run straight line routes like he's running in college here. He's a great speed guy, but I think for Jimmy, he's going to have to learn how to play technique. He's going to have to learn, and when I say technique, he's going to have to learn how to win in transition. And what I'm talking about as a receiver, the way you start to get that great push, he's going to have to learn to get down in his routes and be able to use his power step to come back to the football. Every pass that he caught in college was basically over the top. A lot of them were over the top. Now he's going to have to believe in his hands to step back and make those catches at the balls. Play low in his waist. Keyshawn Johnson had to learn because you're going to see a lot of bump and run for a big receiver. Play low, use his power steps to come back, catch the ball in his hands. But, Chris, I think it's a good pick. I think with Jimmy Johnson, this is a Butch Davis pick all the way. I think these guys know each other very well. Jimmy Johnson knows what he's getting from Yatil Green.
Well, Sterling, Yatil Green also knows that with a guy named Marino at quarterback, he'll probably be getting the football rather quickly. Well, the Jimmy Johnson pick of Yatil Green, did they scoop Tampa Bay, their cross-state rivals? Because they certainly are looking receiver. There are others there, but Yatil Green is gone. We'll be back.
Looking for a smart way to earn up to $40,000 for college? Call 1-800-USA-ARMY and ask how to qualify for the Montgomery GI Bill, plus the Army College Fund. Now, $40,000 for college. If your parents can't afford $40,000 for college, ask your uncle. The Montgomery GI Bill plus the Army College Fund. Now, $40,000 for college. Call your recruiter to find out how to qualify.
Still waiting for the perfect floor? Ooh. New Formica flooring. Looks like wood. Wears like iron.
Hey, wake up!
Wake up!
This is my McDonald's.
This is an Egg McMuffin.
And this is the greatest thing to happen to breakfast since the Egg McMuffin.
We call it a my-size meal. Buy any drink, any size. Coffee, soft drink, orange juice.
And hash browns.
And get one of 4 hot breakfast sandwiches for just 55 cents.
Look at all these sizes.
55 cents in honor of 1955, the year it all began.
Any size, every day.
If this doesn't get you going,
go back to bed.
This is the sound of small businesses doing more business with Fridays free from Sprint. Call now and your business can get long distance on Fridays free until the year 2000. Call 1-800-598-5000, only from Sprint Business.
The Michelin X1, with a 6-year unlimited mileage tread life warranty, gives you better wet traction than any rain tire, plus Michelin control in most driving conditions. After all, it hasn't rained that much in years.
This ESPN special, the 1997 NFL Draft, is brought to you by the owners, managers, and crew who proudly call the McDonald's in your neighborhood My McDonald's. And by Michelin X1, because so much is riding on your tires.
We're halfway through the draft of the first round, at least here in New York. The Dolphins have selected Yatil Green of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers around the clock with their second #1 pick of the day. They went up to go down. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers went from the number 8 hole to the 6 hole at one moment to move up to get the Jets pick. It cost them a 4th-round pick. However, from 6, they went down to 12 in a trade with the Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks took Walter Jones, and so they gave up a 4, but they got a 3, and they also got Warwick Dunn to pick in the 12 slot. This now a pick they obtained last year from Bobby Beathard and the San Diego Chargers. The Chargers gave up this year's one to take Brian Still, a wide receiver last year, who they expect big things from this season. An injury plague really was never on the field much last year, but now the Buccaneers are at 16. Estevelle, they picked Warwick Dunn. Now they need the guy without a question that can be on the field all the time.
Yes, they do, Chris. I think the big play receiver to give Dilfer that weapon, Ray Caruth. Certainly another player that would fit in pretty well when we roll it a little bit is Tarek Glenn, an offensive tackle from Cal, to protect Trent Dilfer, who's not a mobile quarterback. So you have a lot of value still there. But Caruth, the speed guy, we see Tarek Glenn, the big offensive tackle, 331-pounder. I think those two players would make the most sense at this point for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
About 6.5 minutes to go on the pick. You think they were a little stunned? Not stunned, but...
I don't think they were necessarily stunned, Boom. I think Yatil Green would have been an excellent choice then. We talked about Charlie Williams joining that staff. He knows him, of course, so does Butch Davis, and we know Jimmy Johnson's relationship with Butch. So you had a lot of family sort of working together here. I still think that a wide receiver is a good pick for Tampa Bay here. I mean, you take a look at the wide receivers, for example, that they've had. I mean, you've got some people that really don't run that fast. Rob Thomas, Horace Copeland, Alvin Harper, Courtney Hawkins. I think you get Caruth, who's been the fastest in the draft. He gives you somebody that goes down the field. Now you got a playmaker in Warwick Dunn, and then all of a sudden now you get a guy like Caruth going down the field.
You also have Riddell Anthony from Florida.
Right,
Of course, like Hilliard went 7th overall to the New York Giants. Riddell Anthony from Florida, similar to Hilliard, dropped a little bit, but he's still here for Tampa Bay. It would be a good hometown pick for Tony Dungy. But I have to believe Jimmy Johnson saw a lot of Michael Irvin and Yatil Green, and I think that's certainly a nice addition for the Dolphins.
Yep.
Pick is coming in. They seem happy at Tampa Bay. There's no turning back now, is there?
This is it.
Some folks are really surprised, Mel, maybe you are too, that Caruth is already down to 3 or lower for wide receivers. He is the fastest in the draft. Let's see if he's quick enough to go to the big sombrero. Go to the commissioner. And, well, Tony's smiling, so can't be all bad. 2 first-round picks in the top 16. The Buccaneers, folks, are on the way with Tony Dungy. I know they lost 10 again. That's not going to happen again this year. That'll end a streak that goes back all the way to 1983. Commissioner.
With the 16th pick in the first round, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Riddell Anthony, wide receiver from the University of Florida.
Well, right position, that's for sure. So the Florida receivers have gone.
The Washington Redskins are now on the clock.
Riddell Anthony, Mel, last year, 1 season. I know in Florida they score all the points with Werfel, etc. 18 touchdowns last season alone as a receiver. Wow.
Well, I think just like Hilliard, you're seeing a kid here that has great ability after the catch. You know, he's a big play guy, had an outstanding senior campaign, or junior campaign, I should say. 72 receptions, 18-yard average. We watch him here, and you see the explosiveness out of his cuts, just accelerates past those defensive backs and pulls in the football. There's a lot of experience catching the ball. See him here in the open field. You see a lot of the same things that we saw earlier with Ike Hilliard in Riddell Anthony. It was basically a toss-up all year between these two. Fade round again against Deshae Townsend. Similar type of highlight from Anthony to Hilliard. Of course, Hilliard went 7th. The Buccaneers got Anthony at 16. So they're coming out of a Spurrier offense. They're going to have some adjustments to make. But certainly the Buccaneers had to get a wide receiver for Trent Dilfer. And they also have Warwick Dunn, who can also split wide, both from Florida. Florida State with Dunn, Florida with Anthony. Made a lot of sense for Tony Dungy to go offense with those 2 picks.
11 straight games with at least 1 touchdown pass.
You know, the other thing, too, Boom, is as you look through this entire draft through the 16 picks, I think a lot of people have got a lot of things they like. I think they feel real good about it. And that's the big thing.
Well, let's go around the league. We're into the second half of the first round. Let's start with Mark Malone at St. Louis. Mark?
Crisp pancakes have been added to the menu here as a staple food in St. Louis as the Rams select Orlando Pace with the first overall pick. Now they turn their attention to defense. Only 4 corners have been chosen so far in the first round. They hope a great one falls to them with the 38th pick. Now let's head to Seattle and Hank Goldberg.
Well, with the pick at number 3 of Sean Springs, Dennis Erickson can count on he and Willie Williams to provide top coverage at the cornerback position. Put 8 men in the box. That's the defense he likes. He got the tackle he wanted by trading up to the 6th spot with Tampa Bay, who traded with the Jets, and he got Walter Jones. They're happy here. They're relaxed. They have nothing to do until the 5th round, which will be tomorrow. And if it wasn't raining, they probably would be out playing golf. Let's go to Sal Palantonio in New York with the Jets.
Earlier this week, Bill Parcells had just 2 of the top 104 picks, but after some crafty wheeling and dealing, he now has 5. Not bad for a guy who wasn't supposed to be GM material. At the top of the 2nd round, look for him to stay with defense, probably cornerback or defensive tackle. Now let's go to Andrea Kramer in Tampa Bay.
The theme for the Buccaneers with the 12th and 16th selections, big play capabilities. Wide receiver Riddell Anthony, they just took with the 16th pick, and Warwick Dunn, the running back from Florida State. Tony Dungy told me, we're hurting Trent Dilfer without speed. They're going to have plenty of it now. Let's go to Linda Cohn in New Orleans.
Now that the Saints have their bull wrestler and Chris Naoli on the offensive line, they turn their attention to finding a playmaker at wide receiver or at running back. The question is, will anybody be there at 33 and 39 when they pick next? Now let's go to Chris Mortensen in Miami.
Well, Jimmy Johnson loves playmakers, and he didn't have to go far to get when he picked Util Green of University of Miami. Who knows, maybe another Michael Irvin. He still has 9 picks left this weekend. Now let's go to Chris Myers in Dallas.
At the request of Jerry Jones, Troy Aikman worked out possible potential receivers for this team. His 2 favorites, Ike Hilliard and Tony Gonzalez, are long gone. Dallas sitting with the 25th pick, considering maybe moving up a notch or 2. They've already had conversations with Tampa and Miami, deals that didn't work out. Dallas may be thinking linebacker they need to replace Darren Smith, who signed with Philadelphia. Right now, let's go to Green Bay and Gary Danielson.
For the Super Bowl champs, the word still is patience as the Packers get ready to get some activity in their war room as the draft is going to come to Ron Wolf and Mike Holmgren. You can see them. They are starting to study. They've opened their books. It's going to be turn for the Packers to choose very quickly. Back to New York and Chris.
All right, Gary, thank you. The Washington Redskins are now on the clock. Ronaldo Wynn, defensive lineman, Notre Dame. Could that be somebody they're looking at? We'll investigate the Skins. We return to the Skin Game here in New York.
Polaroid presents the NFL Draft Snapshot.
Desmond Howard capped his senior year at the University of Michigan by winning the Heisman Trophy before entering the '92 NFL Draft.
The Washington Redskins select Desmond Howard, wide receiver from Michigan.
Howard, the 4th overall selection, played 3 years in Washington but averaged only 22 catches a year.
Jacksonville selects wide receiver from the Washington Redskins, Desmond Howard.
He played 1 year with the expansion Jaguars, catching 26 balls and scoring only 1 touchdown before signing with the Pack in '96. where he set the NFL record for punt return yards and capped the year with a touchdown and Super Bowl MVP honors. But Howard will not return, signing with his 4th team in March.
I'm so happy to become a Raider today and meet Coach Bugle, and it's been great.
Desmond moving on to the Raiders. That was the pick that didn't work out for the Skins, but certainly did for the Packers this last season. Well, Washington Redskins have about 7 minutes to go on the clock with their first-round pick, 17th overall. Let's join now by our Sprint video conference call. The head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, Bruce Conslett, and Coach, welcome. And
Hi, Chris. How you doing?
How are you?
Fine.
I imagine you feel you could push the envelope now a little bit on the defensive wall with Big Daddy Copeland and certainly Raynard Wilson. He's wrestled with alligators, so linemen should be no problem, right?
He's got to tackle Jaguars and Ravens, but right. I think he'll do fine in our system. Of course, we're going from a 4-man line to a 34 defense, so we need linebackers, and we're going to play him at outside linebacker, and we'll see what happens.
Well, you're one of the few teams that'll play 3-4. I mean, it's almost that was the vogue for a while, but now there are very few that play this. Does this give you an advantage, maybe, and teams don't see a defense like this that much?
I think it does, and I've got Dick LeBeau back here to run the 34 defense. Of course, he's been in Pittsburgh for the last 4 or 5 years, and they've had some pretty good success using it.
No question about that, and I think Carolina, it's worked also. You're in a division that, it's in a little state of flux. Obviously, Pittsburgh, big-time team. Obviously, Jacksonville, but I mean, you, Houston, this can be a tough division this year, isn't it?
I think it will be. I really do. Jacksonville ran a long ways with it last year, almost went to the dance, and Pittsburgh's been a power. Houston with McNair coming in, us, we hope we're going to elevate, and Baltimore's done some good things in this draft too. We have to block Raynard's bookend bullwear guy, so it's going to be an interesting season. It really is.
Coach, Kajana Carter is got to be the guy to lug the ball for you. He came in reportedly a little overweight. What do you see from him, and was he overweight, and have you had a conversation, and is he ready to roll?
Well, he will be. Yeah, we had a conversation, and it was, we always have our little opening camp down in Orlando on April 1st, and he was a little heavy, but he's working hard now, and we expect him, second year off of a major knee injury, to come in here and be the guy. We've lost Garrison Hurst, so we're counting on him, and so are his teammates. If, he can get it done, we're going to be tough, I think.
You going to get a word in edgewise at offensive meetings with Boomer back with you?
You mean the original Boomer?
The Boomer of him. right. The Boomer of him. The one-day TV Boomer.
You never did, so what? Why would I get any words in edgewise with him? He's tough.
Well, you certainly have
insurance. That's a big acquisition for us.
Certainly have insurance.
That was a big acquisition. Well, I thank you. It was a good move.
All right. Well, from both Boomers, thanks for joining us.
Okay, Chris, thanks.
All right, Coach, thank you very much. And we'll be back to the Bengals a little bit later. And now the Redskins have about 4 minutes to go. And, Joe, they got to have D, and really D-line, doesn't it?
I think it is D-line. I feel like they can get value. They're probably, the reason why they're taking so much right now, they're probably working on a deal. I feel pretty comfortable that they're trying to trade this spot out. Mm-hmm. But you take a look at what they did defensively. Again, Chris, when you look at the far right column when things are happening, 28th in total yards, 30th in yards rushing, 29 and 20th in yards passing. I mean, the front seven is what really needs to work on. I think they did an excellent job getting Jesse Campbell and winding up with Chris Dishman. They lose Tommy Carter, but they get two veterans. Their problem also is they have to sign Darrell Green, Gus Frerotte, and, of course, Sean Gilbert. Sean Gilbert went there with a year left on his contract. Last year, the Redskins feel like they can sign all three. Right now, with that much money to have to spend in the first round for those quality of players, I wouldn't be surprised if they move down a little bit, maybe pick up a possible second, but even almost come out of the first round. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
Well, Mel, if we look at the best run stopper, Ronaldo, Wynn, what other names, if the Skins pick right here, what would you do?
Well, I think the names you've heard have been Kenny Holmes, the defensive end from Miami, certainly Ronaldo, Wynn, and the two linebackers, Jamie Sharper from Virginia and also Dwayne Rudd from Alabama. Certainly, I think when you look at this football team, defense is a neat area, as Joe alluded to, but you also have an Antoine Smith sliding down a little bit, Druckenmiller sliding down. When does somebody move up to get these two outstanding football players?
You're just trying to get the quarterback taken because of that little deal that you and I made at the World.
Right,
you know,
dinner deal.
We have the dinner deal on a first-round quarterback. I mean, he's got him going to Miami. Now he's got him looking at Washington. San Fran is another one. I think
Washington. That's not in a trade up.
Well, I think so. I'm not sure whether Druckenmiller needs to be traded up for. I think he'll be wherever anybody wants him if he does go in the first round. It certainly isn't a fact that he doesn't have the ability as a first-round quarterback. Again, that has to do with need of a football team, and I think teams have other needs than just the quarterback in the first round. Washington certainly doesn't need one. Defense has got to be the focal point. And as we mentioned, the front seven is really where I think the Redskins have to add some quality in people.
Joe, how do Norv Turner and Charlie Casserly and the Redskins look at last season? They were 7-1. They were great. They ended up missing the playoffs in the awful November and December. Which is the real Redskins? Obviously, the truth is in the middle, but the first half or the second half season?
You know, Chris, I think when you look at the Redskins of last year, I don't think they're as good as the 7-1 Redskins were in the first half, nor are they as bad as they were in the second half at 2-6. You look at the points per game. That, I think, had to do with the fact that we talked about it all year. I remember sitting on Countdown. We talked about the Redskins being ranked 29th or 30th defensively in the points given up a game, offensive touchdowns allowed, and running the football. They ran the football very well initially. Gus Frerotte only threw 12 touchdown passes. I think they need to get more production there, put more pressure on teams so that they can't stay in games. They've got to get pressure on the quarterback, not allow him to throw the football down the field. Like I said, I don't think the Redskins were as good as 7-1. They certainly weren't as bad as 2-6. They probably were about a 9-7 football team. It just worked out being a very disastrous second half of the season for them.
There's about a minute left on the pick, and the Redskins look like they're going to use their entire 15-minute allotment. If you're late joining us, first of all, don't ever let that happen again. Second of all, if you're late in joining the draft process over the years, first-round picks, you get 15 minutes. Second-round pick, each team gets 10 minutes. Third, etc., you get 5 minutes. Quickly to Chris Mortensen. Any scoop on the Skins?
It's Russian. It looked like they might trade out of that pick, as Joe had mentioned, but right now it's got to be Bernard Lang, the University of Miami defensive end. They need defense. They need guys to get after the quarterback. That whole front four needs to be strengthened. Chris?
No question about that, Mort. We're now counting it down. The pick is in, 20 seconds to go. The Skins, former season ticket holder of the Washington Redskins, Paul Tagliabue, the commissioner. So he's a little bit interested in who the Skins, where they're going to go. Let's go to the podium.
Oh, yeah, he's got his own little seat over there, Chris.
No, it's good. He's
the commissioner's chair.
No mic, but we got a seat.
With the 17th pick in the first round, the Washington Redskins select Kennard Lang, defensive end, University of Miami.
Yeah, Mortimer had it. You like that pick, Mel?
I thought, Sharper would have fit in a little bit better myself. I think Lang was down the road just a bit. Holmes, they decided to go over to the other teammate of Kennard Lang, Kenny Holmes, and take Kennard Lang. I thought he was a little stiff for a big guy coming off the corner. Not quite as agile, as athletic as some of the other guys, but he had a great triangle numbers. Computer numbers were outstanding. He certainly has the size and the physical ability you're looking for. Very experienced. I didn't think he was quite as crafty as Kenny Holmes was getting after the quarterback, but a guy very experienced in that four-man front. Obviously, the Redskins have a crying need for a defensive end, Joe, and that's the direction they certainly had to go with this pick.
And I think also looking here, too, Mel, is his closing ability. He runs very well, and I think that's what they want up front. They've got some very good athletes in Palmer and Sean Gilbert. The guys up front that can chase down quarterback, they have them. I think they're going to count on him to play. I don't necessarily think they want him to step in right away and jump out and do great things. I think he's the kind of guy you can bring along and give a chance to work into a system. But again, it's a good choice for the Redskins. They took a long time listening to a lot of deals, and this one seemed to work out best for him, taking the player.
Well, and Kennard Lang now from Miami of Florida. We've had 4 straight, 5 of 6, and 8 of the 17 first-round picks from the Florida colleges, Miami of Florida, Florida and Florida State. We haven't even heard from Stetson yet, so who knows how many other first-rounders can come in, right? Let's go back up to Chris Fowler and company. Where's Stetson in this process?
Well, Chris, Stetson's not in the state of Florida, but you want to know why? The best college football has been played in that state lately. I'll tell you, 8 of the top 17 picks from between Florida, Florida State, and Miami now with Kennard Lang going as they go for the third pass rusher in the draft out of a Florida school. How does Kennard Lang fit in?
Well, you know, when you look at Washington, as Joe said, they have to stop the run, number one. I think Kennard Lang is a guy that can help in both areas, stopping the run and rushing the quarterback. The Redskins play a base 4-3 defense, and they have some shifts, some over shifts and some under shifts. And this is the under shift where they kind of move the tackle back to the weak side. This tackle's in a normal position, but in the under shift of the 4-3, this end gets out wide, and this is where Lang would be playing in this shift. And from this position, he gets a straight shot back into the backfield. This would be a good position for him to run the quarterback. But really the key, what they're going to have to do with this 4-3 defense in the under shift is to stop the run, it's get penetration up the middle, and you can see Lang doing a lot of stunting to stop things in the backfield, Chris. Blow it up.
Jaws, that's how you draw it up in the telestrator. Mike, how does it happen on the field? Obviously, a lot of people felt there was a big drop-off after Boulware and Wilson at that pass rush position. So I guarantee you that Kennard Lang and Kenny Holmes, the bookends down at Miami, felt they were every bit as good as the group at Florida State. What do you think about Lang?
Well, there's a premium. First of all, you want to find pass rushers. You want to find people who can stop the run. So there are going to be a lot of defensive ends go in this draft and go quickly. Kennard Lang has a good upside potential. He escapes blocks real well, hustles all the time, which you really want. He's a strong player, needs to get a little bit more weight on him, but I think he'll be a good player.
Meanwhile, Houston has the next pick, but back down to Tampa and Andrea Kramer. The Buccaneers selecting Riddell Anthony just a few minutes ago. Andrea?
That's right, Chris, but I want to talk about the Houston Oilers for a moment if we can. They've already traded down from 13 to 18. Their biggest need was at cornerback. Remember, they lost Chris Dishman. The top 4 guys are off the board, so they have other players that they are considering. Here's the pool. Defensive end Kenny Holmes from Miami. Remember, the Oilers only had 35 sacks last season. Ray Caruth, the wide receiver. Les Steckel is putting in more of a timing offense for Steve McNair. Also remember, the Oilers lost Michael Barrow, the linebacker. He was their second leading tackler that last year. So they're considering linebacker Dwayne Rudd from Alabama. And don't rule out the massive tackle from Cal, Tarek Glenn. Okay, Chris, let's head back to you up in Bristol.
Well, I think the slider of the first round so far is Colorado receiver Ray Caruth. He worked out with Houston. You mentioned Les Steckel. Steckel was the coordinator for Colorado's offense, has kept in close touch with Caruth over the past couple of years. So I think Ray, sitting there in Sacramento at home, hoping that Les Steckel in Houston will take him. He has slid down from the 7th, 8th spot where he thought he might go, and he is still there at number 18. What will the Oilers do, receiver or defense? It's coming up.
Welcome back to the draft, and one of the fun things about the draft is everybody's an expert, which is why we offered this Sports Zone question. Which of the following players should not have gone in the top 10? Tom Knight got 40% of the vote. Knight did the choice, the corner for Arizona. Chris Nioli, 35% of the vote. That was Mike Ditka's pick with the New Orleans Saints, the guard. And Ike Hilliard, kind of a surprise with 25% of the Giants. The beauty about that is that everybody has opinions. And we'll be polling you all afternoon. And but I don't know that the teams in the war room are really zoning in on what the people in the Sports Zone think. But you know what? It's fun. It's conjecture. It's not a perfect science, that's for sure. Let's go up to a man that understands the world of science. Tom Jackson. Kennard Lang, defensive end, Miami. You like him?
Well, Chris, I like him a lot. I think the first thing you need to talk about is a couple of the dynamic duos that we see in this draft, Renard Wilson and Peter Boulware. The same thing exists between Kenny Holmes and Kennard Lang at Miami. It's very difficult to take a play off if the guy on the other side of the field is going 100 miles an hour. This is another guy who has good technique, good speed off the corner. He's able to shorten the corner a lot. I think the one thing that these guys have to work on in terms of technique, and have Sterling step in here a little bit, if you're working on the end and the guy blocks down, whether it be a tight end or whoever, once you come around that corner, you want to look immediately down the football field, find out who's coming at you. Is it the guard trying to log you? You have to work your way outside. Is it the off guard coming and trying to kick out, in which case you have to stabilize? A little bit harder for me to do against Sterling right here. But I think that one of the things you're going to find all these kids they bring a little bit technique than you would normally, but I think they're still going to have to work on it that first year.
All right, guys, best 2 out of 3 falls to curfew up there. Let's go down to Chris Mortensen with Jimmy Johnson in Miami. Mort?
I am with Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy, you didn't trade the pick, but you did end up with a playmaker. What about Util Green?
Hey, well, before I talk about Util, y'all made me wait and watch Sterling Sharp rush the passer. You got to be kidding me. No, anyway, Util, you know, it's truly, you hear this phrase every single draft, you know, you say, well, we didn't think that he was going to be available at that pick, but when he fell to us, you know, we took him. But this is a case. I thought that Util would go a little bit higher than that. We had him as the #1 receiver in the draft. You know, he's 6'3" and he's sub 4'4". He's a playmaker, and I think you know how I feel about playmakers. And it's ironic, we had Butch Davis, the head coach at University of Miami, here with us at the draft, and we discussed Util, you know, probably an hour before we picked him. But again, we didn't feel like he'd be there, and we had an opportunity to move down out of our pick, and that's what I thought we were going to do prior to the draft. But, you know, with Util there, we said, hey, you know, we got to take him because that'll help with Fred Barnett and O.J. McDuffie and, of course, Dan Marino.
Is there a legitimate comparison to Michael Irvin?
Well, I don't think you can compare because of the production of what Michael has done. The other thing is Util is a lot faster than Michael. He's a little bit bigger than Michael. He's a big, fast receiver that can make plays, and that's what we're looking for.
But there were some questions about his durability. He missed most or all of 5 games.
Well, you know, just like a lot of these guys coming out early, they're young kids. And, you know, I talked to Butch about this. I think the biggest thing is we've got to make sure our conditioning's, you know, the proper type of conditioning to make sure he doesn't have the hamstring pulls. And that's where he had a little bit of a problem in college. But Util and I talked about it. We actually brought him back up here for our final recheck here just a few days ago. And so, you know, we addressed this with our trainers and everything. I think we'll be fine.
Speaking of Butch Davis, 8 of the first 17 players, University of Miami or Florida State Florida players.
Well, you got great football in the state of Florida. You got 3 outstanding universities, and they're all, you know, they're all well coached. And so you get a player from one of these 3 schools, you're going to have a well coached player that's probably one of the top athletes in the in the United States.
All right, stay tuned. Jimmy's got 9 picks left. Let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Morton, Coach, thank you. Houston has about 4 minutes to make their pick. Indianapolis on deck. Minnesota in the hole. Back to New York at the draft. We roar on in a moment.
We're seeing a lot of this type of repetitive use injury. We call it taco neck syndrome, TNS. The leading cause seems to be people's obsessive...
Lost one of the best corners in football, Chris Dishman, going to Washington.
Yep.
This is a division with some big-time receivers.
Yeah, we'll take a look at them, Chris. Jimmy Smith, 6'1", Michael Jackson, 6'4", Pickens, 6'2", McCardle, 6'1", Alexander, 6'2", Charlie Johnson, 6 feet tall. You play in that AFC Central, you've got to have some people that can go up against them. I think from a defensive standpoint, the cornerback would be a good addition for him.
Well, let's see what the Oilers have in mind. Gene Washington stepping in for the commissioner for this selection. I mean, if Washington's making the pick, it should be a receiver, shouldn't it?
It should be. That's.
I mean, it will only be fitting. He was such a good one for John Brody at the Niners.
With the 18th selection in the first round, Houston, with a pick from Kansas City, selects Kenny Holmes, defensive end from Miami.
Well, like we said, it'll either be defensive back or receiver.
Indianapolis is on the clock.
Well, actually, the defensive end works well for him. I think, you know, the best defensive, oddly enough, the way you help your defensive secondary so much is you put enough pressure on the quarterback where they don't have time to throw the football.
He's a crafty pass rusher, Joe. I liked him better than Kennard Lang. I think Houston Oilers definitely get a good football player here. They can really protect that secondary, yeah. I mean, you talk about corners. I don't think they wanted to force it. They can get a good corner in the second round. You watch Holmes. He knows how to use his hands, strong. I think he's a guy that was very productive, certainly improved as the year went on in '96. Really finished it off here against West Virginia, sacks Chad Johnson. Then he has the great Hula Bowl. Here we see him here almost have a game similar to what Hugh Douglas had out there. He was the sack artist in this game against some pretty good competition, a good week out there. I think the fact that he's so experienced in that 4-man front, such a crafty pass rusher, has allowed him to be a first-round pick. Like I said, I thought at Miami, when you compared Kennard Lang to Kenny Holmes, I thought Kenny Holmes graded out a little bit higher.
Yeah, that's what you talked about. I go the other way. I think that, you know, if you want to help your secondary people, put somebody up front. Don't let the quarterback throw the football.
And once again, we go to the state of Florida for that pick. And we still haven't heard from Stetson. 9 out of 18 from the state of Florida. When we return, COLTS, Colts.
Guard taken in the draft since '83. And the Broncos took Chris Hinton and then, of course, shipped him to the Colts as part of the John Elway deal. It was controversial, but here's how Paul Tagliabue announced that the Big Coconut was headed to the Big Easy.
With the 10th pick in the first round, the New Orleans Saints select Chris Nioli, guard from Colorado.
To me, this is even more of a surprise than Tommy Knight. This is, to me, Knight and Nioli back-to-back are two major reaches.
He's a great football player in our mind, and I mean, there's a lot of great football players out there, and I understand what people are saying. You know, it's interesting if you say you got to go pick a skill position, and there are a lot of great football players out there. I know that. We felt right now that, you know, to throw the ball and run the ball a little better, we got to get a little better up front on both sides of the ball, and I think Chris is going to come in there and help us in that area. He's a great character. He's my kind of football player, first of all. He's a tough guy, and I think he's one guy that I might be able to holler at and he wouldn't get his feelings hurt too bad.
That is for sure. He's got thick skin. We told you earlier that he tossed around his coaches and teammates. He is a tough guy on the field and in the locker room. So, Jaws, Mel disagrees with Ditka. I'm going with Ditka in that battle, but where do you weigh in on the...
I'm going with Ditka myself, Chris. I love the pick. I love this kind of football player, and I'm glad to see the Mike Ditkas back in the game and the Dick Vermeils, the guys that want the character, the guys that want to play power football, that want to play smash-mouth football, and we're going to take a look at really what the Saints are going to want to do on offense with their H-back, and they'll try to use this guy back and forth to kind of seal the backside. But when you're looking at blocking, you know, the Darrell Bushes of the world here and the Gilbert Browns of the world in that position, you got to have a guy that's 311 pounds like Chris Nioli coming off the ball and sealing that inside and creating some room for this back to hit up in there. You seal the backside, let Nioli come off the ball and block, and now you have room. I love the pick. I think it's super. I love to see these guys back in the game. The Big Coconut, hey, he's got a fan club already.
I can tell, and you're the president of it. So one Colorado player, perhaps the surprise of the first part of the first round, while another Colorado player, receiver Ray Caruth, perhaps the slider. Most mock drafts you probably saw had him going perhaps 7th or 8th overall. Now he's down there available at number 19, and Les Steckel, his former coordinator of offense at Colorado, does not take him, or at least is not able to convince the staff at Houston to make that selection. Riddell Anthony taken ahead of him. Mike, what about that?
Well, first of all, I don't want to pick on Mel, but I'm with Mike Ditka, too. So, but as far as Riddell Anthony, I think he has better upside potential. He's a return guy also, catches the football, makes plays. Now, Ray Caruth, there's no doubt, he's the best speed receiver in this draft. He runs vertical routes. He'll stretch the football field for you. And also, when you look at Ray Caruth, he's the best receiver after the catch. Goes back to his running back days. So that he does make plays after the catch. The knock on Ray Caruth is he's a body catcher. Catches everything in his body. The other thing is he doesn't run sharp routes. So that may be the reason he's dropping a little bit.
How many receivers that really come out of college and can run razor-sharp routes? That's something they have to learn. Caruth says he's worked on catching the ball with his hands more. Well, Sal Palantonio has some news on the Eagles, who are scheduled to pick about 4 picks from now. Let's get down to New York and get the latest on that. Sal?
Thanks, Chris. The Philadelphia Eagles pick with the number 22 pick. And they're really now in a desperate strait at the defensive end position because they lost their leading sacker, William Fuller. He had 13.5 sacks to free agency. He signed with San Diego. They made an offer to Ferrick Collins, a defensive end, a backup defensive end of New England. New England matched that. So they're really without a starting left defensive end. But they've watched Renard Wilson, they've watched Peter Boulware, they've watched Kenny Holmes, they've watched Kennard Lang all go out of off the board. So they are sitting there and they have to make a decision about which way they go, defensive tackle or maybe another position, linebacker, or maybe a Trevor Rice or Ronaldo Wynn. Let's go to Chris Mortensen in Miami, who's standing by with the Colts.
Well, the Colts are on the clock, and Bill Tobin, the football boss in Indianapolis, thinks the offensive line took too much heat for the lack of running game they had last season, but most people are putting one of the 2 tackles, Jerry Wunsch of Wisconsin or Tarek Glenn of Cal, to the Colts in this spot. Now, Marshall Faulk, there's been rumors that he could be traded. Tobin laughed those off, said he hasn't talked to any club about Faulk. He couldn't trade him if he wanted to because of the salary cap. And one note on Trev Alberts. Trev Alberts, who is, I think Mel Kiper remembers, was taken a few years ago. Trev Alberts has had so many injuries that he is going to retire. You look for that announcement sometime before training camp. Let's go back to Chris Fowler.
Thank you. Indianapolis is up next. Mel will watch the selection closely. Will it be Dr. Jerry Wunsch, that offensive guard out of Wisconsin? That's it for draft update as we begin hour number 4. Back to Boomer in New York.
All right, Chris and gang, the Wunsch doctor. Well, we'll talk about that maybe in a moment. Well, Eric Clapton many years ago, before he went unplugged, Mainline, Florida. It was kind of a minor hit for him, but it's been a major hit in the first round, certainly of this draft, where 9 of the 18 picks are from the state of Florida. And let's go back to Tom Jackson in his mano-a-mano battle with Sterling, certainly coming up. Now we get Lang, now we get Kenny Holmes going to Houston. How is he different from his running mate at Miami?
Well, I think, Chris, that Holmes may bring a little bit better technique than Kennard Lang, a little bit better hand movement. You watch this kid play and come off the corner, he shortens the corner in another way. When you watch him use his hands, we take a look here, he gets a grab on the tackles. He has the ability, and we're going to slow this down just a little bit. You see him pull through, get the arm under, and then he has great acceleration and closing ability to the football. And the thing that you look for in a kid is the impact at the point of attack. Again, we're talking about a guy who's going to create a lot of turnovers. Now, you're right there, you watch him, he reads, he has a nice feel for where the football is going to be. But what we saw there in slow motion, I'll demonstrate here because it's a little hard to see. Once that tackle gets his arms on him, you're going to see him, you lighten up a little bit, buddy. You're going to see him come, grab, pull the guy through and get his arm under and then go by and close on the ball. Now that takes sometimes 2-3 years to teach the pros. This guy's already going to come with proper technique, Chris.
Tom, what are you afraid? They're going to throw a flag on you if you use a little bit too much force up there? Geez, that's the first time a wide receiver has handled a linebacker with regularity in the NFL, right? Wow. With Indianapolis up, let's now look at offensive line, because we obviously had Orlando Pace and Walter Jones long gone. But now, maybe we start a run of offensive linemen here in the bottom half of the first round. What do you think, Mel?
Well, last year with the Colts, Chris, it was a battle. Did they take Pete Kendall or Marvin Harrison? They took Harrison. They still have an offensive line need. Tarek Glenn from Cal, certainly the number 3 guy. I like Ross Verba because of his versatility. He can play guard or tackle. Ryan Tucker's going to be a steal in the 2nd or 3rd round coming off that knee injury. Bob Sapp, more of a guard. Nails, 387 pounds, has to lose some weight. Jerry Wunsch, an offensive tackle, very steady, but more of a right tackle.
All right, before we go on here, let's join now on our Sprint video conference the general manager of the New York Giants, George Young. And George, good afternoon, and thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chris. I'm trying to fit in that small box. Well, I'm enjoying Tom Jackson and his pass rush moves against a wide receiver.
Well, you drafted a wide receiver. Is this a guy that could handle Tom Jackson, this Ike Hilliard?
No, not at his weight now. When he was playing, maybe.
Well, tell us about Hilliard, because the word was not that this is a surprising guy, but yet you did a good job because no one really linked Hilliard to the Giants. But obviously, with Jim Fossil, Dave Brown, let's move the ball, this is a weapon that you really have needed for a while.
Yeah, and everybody says we're so secretive, so finally we kept a secret. No, but we've been following him for a long time, and you can't say that the guy is a surprise when he's on national television, wins a national championship with 7 catches for 150 yards. I mean, he's an outstanding receiver. We thought he was a more complete receiver. We felt there were some good receivers in the draft and have been taken so far, and I think it's a position of need for us. If we're 29th in pass offense or something, I think it's rather logical that we take a wide receiver, especially one who can go deep, go short, go across, and we know the quarterback Werfel was always, that was the go-to guy as far as he was concerned, so I think he considered him the guy to go to, so we did too. Jim Fossil really liked him and studied him very thoroughly.
Well, 18 touchdowns in last year certainly talks about production. This is a critical year for Dave Brown if you're going to move the team where you hope it goes?
Well, unless a quarterback is kind of a legend or an institution, it's a critical year. I think it's a critical year for the general manager, the head coach, the quarterback, for a lot of players. I think that Dave is going to come along fine. He's one of the toughest quarterbacks in this league as far as arm strength, intelligence, and all that is concerned. I think he'll get himself together, and we'll see. And we also have Danny Cannell, who we think is a very fine quarterback. And so we have a new staff. Well, let's see what the staff can do with him. I think Jim's looking forward to working with both of them, and also with Stan White.
George, let it never be said that you can't keep a secret. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Nice talking to you, Chris.
All right, George Young, one of our favorites in the NFL. The pick is in from the Indianapolis Colts. And here it is.
With the 19th selection in the first round, the Indianapolis Colts select Offensive tackle from California, Terry Glenn. Minnesota is on the clock.
Well, this, if you want size, you have it. And I think this is somebody the Buffalo Bills were looking at. So the Colts may have hurt a team in their own division with the pick.
I'll say a second straight year that I think Tobin did a good job. With Marvin Harrison last year, they considered Pete Kendall. They need a left tackle. And you see Tarek Glenn. He's had 2 years, played some right tackle here in the East-West Shrine game. Did a good job neutralizing Mike Vrabel. Over on the other side, here he is, left tackle in the same game, neutralizing Matt Finkus from Ohio State. He's experienced despite having only 2 years at the offensive tackle position. A former defensive tackle, 354 pounds during the year. Now he's 331. I think that's the key with Tarek Glenn. He got his weight down. He's working with a nutritionist, controlling his diet, and he's only 20 years of age, Joe. So this is a kid who's going to get better on the upswing. Certainly a left tackle is a critical need area for the Indianapolis Colts.
And I look at you looking at a way to get invited to a Tobin's house for dinner because you finally said something good about that. I think you have to take a look at the offensive line of the Indianapolis Colts. There they have them. You look at the starters, Matthews, Waddell, Loudermilk, Leuenberg, and Mandrich. Mandrich recycled again. Leuenberg, Loudermilk, a little bit older, a little bit more veterans. They've lost a lot in the rushing part of the game. They were ranked 4th in 94, 11th in 95, and 28th last year. I think the 28th last year was just a little bit misleading because of the injuries to Marshall Faulk. I think the offensive line is a very good place for them to start. If you look at history of some great football teams, you look at the Chicago Bears, the New York Giants, the Washington Redskins, and now the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. When their offensive line started to become depleted, that's when they struggled on offense. I think what Indianapolis is doing right now is trying to build the insurance policy that they have, and they say, look, we want to make sure that we keep the stability on the offensive line so that we can allow Jim to make plays, we can allow our receivers to make plays, and our running backs to pick up yards.
And we can allow Marshall Faulk to get on the field and to gain some yards. Rumor that he might be on the trading block, we don't think so, nor should the Colts do it. Minnesota on the clock. We'll be back.
Because you don't just cover a lot of miles, you cover a lot of weather.
Polaroid presents the NFL Draft Snapshot.
It is my pleasure to announce the winner, Eddie George, Ohio State.
Winning the Heisman was just the beginning for Eddie George.
With the choice just obtained, Houston Oilers select Eddie George, running back, Ohio State.
The Oilers knew they drafted a good one in George, who was the 14th overall selection and the 3rd running back chosen. He helped the Oilers to an 8-8 record and was voted the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year, finishing the season with an impressive 1,368 yards rushing. Good for 3rd in the AFC.
God forbid we have anything fall on the ground.
Well, we're back at the draft, and certainly the Oilers were the great pick last year at Eddie George, just picking up where he left off as a Heisman Trophy winner and an outstanding big back for them for a long, long time, wherever it is that the team plays. Houston, or if they become the Tennessee Tuxedos. Well, Minnesota now on the board, and wide receiver here, even though Chris Carter, Jake Reed, I mean, that's not a position of need right now for the Vikes. The Vikes actually could go about 4 different ways here, Mel.
They really have a lot of options. I think when you look at the Minnesota Vikings, a lot of options. Look at the wide receiver chart. We, of course, see Ray Caruth, the top wide receiver, still on the board at this point with that great speed during his workout. 75 balls thrown his way, only dropped 1 pass. Will Blackwell, I've always had as an underrated player out at San Diego State. Junior came out early. Should be a good second-round pick. Remember, Chris Collinsworth went in the second round the same year David Verser was their 10th pick. So let's all get wrapped up in who's the first-round picks are. They're not always successful. Kevin Lockett, I think Kansas City will be a nice addition, pick for them. In the second round, Connell, the best downfield blocker, the wide receivers, also underrated. Mason can be a good punt returner as well. I like Macy Brooks because of his size. Keith Poole to me is more of a Ricky Pro type. Good number 2 receiver, or at best maybe a 3rd option.
You see, Mel, but I also think you have a situation where running back becomes a very viable alternative for them. I mean, you've got Smith out there, you've still got Dillon out there. I mean, take a look at the running back position. Sure, you signed Robert Smith for 1 year. That's just 1 year. But after that, you got Charles Evans, Leroy Hort, and Scotty Graham. Nobody really that's been able to take the ball down the field any distances for you. I would think running back could be a very good choice. It's good to have one, but Robert Smith just hasn't stayed healthy, and he also has signed just a 1-year contract. A good opportunity here in the running back position, and good value. Big guys who can carry the load.
Dennis Green and company have made a big decision. They offered big bucks and gave big bucks to Brad Johnson, who impressed when he certainly had the opportunity. First, coming off the bench when Moon was hurt, and then leading the Vikings to some wins. They have a backup now by the name of Randall Cunningham. 1 year removed from the television business, now 2 years removed from the Philadelphia Eagles. Good move, Joe. Can he still play? Is he an asset here?
Absolutely. I think he's a tremendous asset here. I don't any question whatsoever. Randall Cunningham will not be a problem. He'll be a tremendous asset. I spoke to it earlier in the day. I think that football teams like Cincinnati, like Minnesota, who have gone out and signed people as veteran backups who they know can not just go in and be stopgaps, but can go in and win football games. That's going to be the biggest key here. Brad Johnson is the starter without question. Brian Billick likes his ability to make plays with his feet. Well, in Randall Cunningham, you have the same exact situation. As I've spoken to Brian Billick, what he said to me, he says, I need a quarterback that can go out and at least get 2 or 3 first downs by running the football. Certainly Randall Cunningham can do that, and also it takes tremendous pressure off the defense. I think they're in real solid shape at the quarterback position. You've got to have 2 quarterbacks today in football if you want to compete. Look at the 49ers. They've had 2 for a long, long time. Won a number of titles that way. I think it's important. This is a great move.
Well, just as Tommy and Sterling are doing battle on our gridiron, I guess the New York and the Bristol sets have had a little tete-a-tete from time to time. Jaws, Randall Cunningham. Something tells me you're not buying all this.
Yeah, you know, 2 former number 7s, I think we disagree on this one. I really believe if the Vikings wanted 2 or 3 first downs out of Randall Cunningham running the football, make him a running back and not a quarterback. I mean, Randall, when he came in the league in 1985, I thought was going to be one of the great quarterbacks of all time. The problem with Randall Cunningham, he has never been able to play within the system. He has great athleticism, great God-given talent, but he does not stay with the system. I don't see it any different in Minnesota. And maybe to just go a little further on Joe's comments, Rodney Peete had really a tough time with Randall as his backup. I'm not so sure Randall can play the game without having to focus on Randall.
Jaws, I don't agree with that, and I'll tell you why. Oddly enough, I'm sure you know I don't. I think that what Randall tried to do in the West Coast offense, he really tried to discipline himself. He's not built for a West Coast style of offense. I think he really tried to work within the system. I think he tried to stay with the 3 and the 5-step drops. It just wasn't something he could do because of his delivery and also of his ability with his footwork. I think he tried to stay in his system. Brian's is a little bit less restricted. I think he can do it very comfortably. I just don't see him being a problem of being a guy who can be a good backup. Remember, he may only have to play 1 or 2 games, 3 at the most, maybe. If not, I don't think the Vikings lose anything by having him on the football field.
And also, Joe, I think the fact that he was out of football a year, doing what we are now doing, talking about everybody, I think will help Randall Cunningham. I think he realizes what it's going to take to play the position. I think he could get a few more years out of his body in his career. He'd be a very happy camper. I'm going to watch this situation very closely because I know Randall Cunningham can make a contribution to that football team and help them win if called upon. Joe?
See, I knew I could get you to say my way.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's bring in a guy, Jaws and Joe, that didn't wear number 7, but Chris Myers in Dallas. More on the Randall situation?
Yes, Chris. I was never drafted. I was Mr. Irrelevant when you talk about that, but Brian Billick, the offensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings, said, hey, there's 2 things that we need to have happen if we're going to bring Randall Cunningham in here. Number 1, we have to make sure he can still play. And number 2, we have to be sure that he's comfortable being the backup behind Brad Johnson. So Brian Billick was out west, decided to stop off in Las Vegas, have dinner and talk with Randall one night on his own, and then got together with Denny Green, and they talked about the contract. They talked about Randall's attitude, which they were satisfied with. And when they worked him out, Brian Billick said there was no doubt that Randall still had it. And when he's called upon, if Brad Johnson should take a little bit longer to develop as the starter, they still believe that Randall can make plays on his own. They don't expect him to read the defenses and fit into the offense as well, but they want him to make plays and maybe running for a few first downs or leading the team until Brad Johnson is ready to step back in. So the Vikings are very happy about that, and Randall is happy to be back in the NFL. Let's go back to New York and Chris Berman.
All right, Chris, wonder if Randall can still do that leap over Carl Banks like he once did. Well, the Vikings have a little more than 3 minutes to make their selection. The 20th overall pick, we shall return. Ross and John LeClaire and the Legion of Doom. You want scoring? You got it in this game. The Penguins and the Flyers, game 2. That's a little bit later as our draft continues after 7 Eastern time on ESPN2. Vikings have made their selection. Let's go up to the podium. And is it still Gene up there? Well, the commissioner is back. The Vikings are in business. And I'm telling you what, they're getting some calls right up to here for a trade. I would not be surprised to see them trade down about 4, 5, 6, 7 spots.
To San Francisco?
Well, it might be 1, but they're entertaining a lot of calls right now.
Why would San Francisco want to move up? Just as an
Can't get
example?
into it right now.
I'm sorry. Excuse me for asking
right now.
a draft-related question.
I was waiting for you and Jaws to finish that debate first. Well, I mean, Minnesota has said if their player, and I don't know who that player is not there, they'll take all the calls. And with 12 seconds left now on the clock, they've taken a lot of calls. Here it is.
They'll run this thing right down to 1 second. Watch this. He's starting to walk.
Well, Brad Johnson, Dennis Green doing that 2-minute drill. That's what they're doing right here.
With the 20th pick in the first round, the Minnesota Vikings select Dwayne Rudd, linebacker from Alabama. The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock.
Well, there's Dwayne, and he is relieved. I mean, hey, look, let's put it in perspective. First round pick, I mean, that's a dream. At one time, people thought maybe Dwayne Rudd, top 10 or 12. Cornelius Bennett-type skills, linebacker from Alabama. He's fallen a little bit. How come?
I don't think anybody really knew, Chris, exactly how Dwayne Rudd fit in. We know he's an outstanding athlete with great physical ability, but where did he fit in best? And I think in Minnesota, they're getting value at 20. He didn't drop that far. Maybe he could have been maybe the 8th, 10th pick, maybe the 14th. So dropping to 20 is not that big a fall for Dwayne Rudd. And he brings a lot of versatility to the table. He can play in the middle. He can play on the outside. 240-plus pounds, great upper body strength. Tremendous kid, works hard, was very productive at Alabama. People said he's not that instinctive. Look how they moved him around. You see him here coming after the quarterback from the middle. Mike Dubose, the defensive coordinator, now the head coach, shifted Rudd around, gave him a lot of responsibilities. He still showed up big at critical points in various games in a tough conference, the SEC. I like Dwayne Rudd. I think he's going to be a good player. It may take him just a little longer to fit in than, say, a James Farrior or even a Jamie Sharper for that matter. But as we saw against Michigan, this play alone allowed Gene Stallings to go out a winner. Dwayne Rudd was a big play man, and when he did show up, it was when they needed him most.
I think the one thing you have to look at also in Minnesota plays what's called an under defense, which means that they wind up with an eagle backer. That's a backer that lines up inside the defensive end. So what happens in that circumstance is you need somebody who can flow and chase and run the football. I agree with you, Mel. I think his situation was, where do you really play him? I think he fits a perfect need for Minnesota as a linebacker who can run and chase and do the things he needs to do.
So Dwayne Rudd, the pick for the Minnesota Vikings, the Jacksonville Jaguars, one step away from the Super Bowl last year, are next on the clock. The Eagles, the Bills, and the Steelers coming up. Number 1 in purple, Dwayne Rudd. Jacksonville on the clock. We began with St. Louis with Orlando Pace. They're getting ready for the next round. Let's head out to our Mark Malone. Mark?
Thanks, Chris. Under the new direction of head coach Dick Vermeil, the St. Louis Rams make an impact statement, drafting Orlando Pace, signing a free agent guard out of Minnesota, or from the Minnesota Vikings, John Gurak. Now they hope to turn their attention to defense. Only 4 defensive corners have been taken so far in the first round. They're hoping one's available in the second round. Now let's go to Hank Goldberg in Seattle.
On Thursday, Coach Dennis Erickson spent his day watching tapes of Florida State's games from last year, got a conviction on Walter Jones, decided if he gets Sean Springs with his pick at number 3, he's trading in a number 6 if he can to get Jones. He was successful. To the victors go the spoils. Food! What else are they going to do? They don't pick again until tomorrow in the 5th round. Tuna on rye to David Bering on the left, Bob Whitsitt in the center. He's got the chicken salad. Let's go to Hempstead, where Sal Palantonio's with the Jets.
After a wild ride this morning in the top of the first round for Bill Parcells, all is quiet in the Jets' war room. It looks more and more like Parcells will sit at the top of the second round and hope that a quality defensive tackle or cornerback drops in his lap. Now let's go to Andrea Kramer in Tampa.
The Buccaneers needed playmakers for quarterback Trent Dilfer. They were dealing with the offense that scored the fewest points in the NFL last season. They've given him some major weapons in wide receiver Riedel Anthony and running back Warwick Dunn. They will listen to talk about moving up in the second round. Right now they have the 7th pick, but very, very pleased with the additions they've made on offense. Let's go to Linda Cohn in New Orleans.
The Saints picking offensive lineman Chris Nioli with their 10th pick was a surprise, even to Chris Nioli. You see, in fact, it actually woke him up. It was only 7:30 in the morning in Hawaii when the selection was made. Up next for the Saints, number 33, and they still need a running back. Now let's go to Chris Mortensen in Miami.
Jimmy Johnson has gotten Dan Marino another weapon, a playmaker, and University of Miami receiver Yatil Green. He has 1 pick in the second round, and then he's got 4 on the third. Watch out for Jimmy Johnson this weekend. Now let's go to Chris Myers in Dallas.
And the Cowboys are looking for a big playmaker on offense. Dallas drafting more for need in this draft than any in recent memory. They do not have a starting wide receiver opposite Michael Irvin, as Kevin Williams is unsigned. They also are looking for linebacker help, with Darren Smith signing with Philadelphia. If Jerry Jones worked the phones, considered moving up. Right now they'll stay at 25, possibly trade out of the first round and maybe save $500,000. Let's go to Green Bay now and Gary Danielson.
Well, the Packers continue to sit tight and wait, but perhaps the two decision makers here might have tipped their hand a bit that their guy might still be on the board. Ron Wolf and Mike Holmgren, about 30 minutes ago, took a phone call, looked at each other, and kind of a little wink there. Maybe their guy is still there. Let's go back to New York and Chris.
All right, Gary, thank you, and all the gang. Boy, Gary wants to get into action, doesn't he? I mean, that was like if he wasn't playing for the Lions. Like, get me in, coach. And, of course, it will be a while till we hear from the Packers unless they make a move. Jacksonville, 1 game away from the Super Bowl last year. They're 1 game away, of course, from not making the playoffs if Morton Anderson makes the field goal. But they go and beat Buffalo. They go and beat Denver. They could have easily beaten New England. They want size on the defensive front, or size is a Tom Coughlin-type pick. Although they've sent out signals that LaFleur might be their guy, how about Ronaldo Wynn on the defensive line?
I'd say he's a good football player, Chris. He's very consistent. He's 288 pounds right now, and you have to remember he was only at that 250. He was an outside linebacker early in his career. Look at the strength and the improvement that Ronaldo Wynn made in the weight room. 350 bench press in 92, which was respectable. Now 485. That's tremendous upper body strength. Very active, alert football player. Like I said, a former linebacker, so you know what kind of athletic ability he has. Gives you great effort. He's not like a Bryant Young, Joe. He's not a dominator, but a very consistent, very productive football player.
I think, and you also have to take a look at and say, okay, where do the Jacksonville Jaguars want to go? Well, they've tried to acquire Gilbert Brown in the free agent market. They weren't able to do that. I think that simply tells you that Tom Coughlin wants some big help up front. Look at the guys they've tried to sign. Gilbert Brown, defensive tackle. Aeneas Williams, Tommy Light, cornerback. Quentin Coriat, Spellman. These have all tried in the last 2 years. They've tried to sign these people. They've all looked for help on the defensive side of the ball. Gilbert Brown and Spielman, the 2 guys that they really wanted to try and add to this front. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a defensive lineman. I would be more inclined to think that they're going to go the tight end route, though.
LaFleur.
Yeah.
Doesn't move down the wing like Guy LaFleur used to for the Canadians, but David LaFleur could be their pick. Let's go down to Andrea Kramer in Tampa. You have a clue on where Jacksonville is headed at this moment, Andrea?
Well, I agree, Chris, with everything that Mel just said. When I spoke to Tom Coughlin yesterday, he gave me 4 players that he would really like to have. The number 1 player he gave me was Wynn. He said they'd move him inside. They would start him in there. You talked about Gilbert Brown. It was the number 1 priority they wanted to get. They could not make the deal with him. Green Bay retained him. Tom Coughlin told me he's a great effort guy. He's a low pad player. He stays square.